All right, I would like to call the meeting of the Southborough School Committee open meeting to order. It's Wednesday, December 8th. It's 6:33 p.m. We have Jen Primick, we have Kamali Amili, we have Kim Tolander, and I see Katura Martin also. And which means we are in full attendance. I think that the first item on the agenda is going to be audience sharing. In case, Greg, you have something else that you'd like to proceed that with. I'm going to take a look at the attendees. And so I think that I'm not going to waste everybody's time by spending a lot of time going over the policy. I see, and I'm hoping I pronounced this correctly. Katie Karmelik, am I doing that right?
So Katie Karmelik.
Katie Karmelik. Can someone promote her?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Katie.
Hi.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. So I just want to introduce myself. My name is Katie Karmelik. Most people say Karmelik, so you're not wrong, Roger. But I reside at 7 Vale Terrace. I have 3 kids in the Southborough Public Schools, and I'm also the current board chair and president of the Southborough Extended Day program. I recognize that the before and after school program is on the agenda for the meeting tonight, and we'll be hearing from the recommendation of the superintendent regarding whether this program is brought in-house by the school district or not. As many as you know, Southborough Extended Day program is a nonprofit created over 30 years ago by Southborough working parents for the families of specifically the Southborough community that really needed childcare to augment their work days. We pride ourselves on running a fun, warm, and safe environment for these kids, and we do everything we can to maintain that for the community. So if it's the decision of the district to take this program in-house, we will support that decision, but our ideal goal is to maintain SEDP as an independent program and continue to operate the way we have for decades. If the recommendation and decision is to bring it in-house, we will do what we can to work with the school and to support that decision. But it's important to know, and I think everybody here needs to know, that the program that we know today will cease to exist indefinitely. So please consider this, as well as all of the feedback received by the many surveys, district emails, and other information shared by our families for what they want to see for their children as you decide on the future of the extended day program for our community. Thank you, and really appreciate this opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Katie. Catherine Rose has her hand up. Can you promote her, please?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Hi, Catherine. We traded a couple of emails this morning.
Yes,
nice
we
did.
Now I'm on video. Can you all see me or no?
We can see a W, a lowercase, and a uppercase H. At least that's what I see.
Is it letting me share my video? I don't think you're letting me share my video.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it will do that.
It won't. Okay. All right. Well, I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Catherine Rose, and I've been SEDP for over 8 years. Both of my children have enjoyed the program during that time, and my daughter is still enrolled in the program. As Katie mentioned too, we don't know what the recommendation today will be after the district conducted its feasibility study, but I would like to voice my support of keeping the after-school program independent and run by SEDP. I did send a letter to the school committee earlier today and wanted to take this opportunity to read it into the record. It is my understanding that this feasibility study was not triggered by any wrongdoing on the part of SEDP, nor the desire of SEDP or its parent members to be a separate program, but was triggered by the potential legal exposure caused by the handling of the last RFP process. Closing SEDP because the district does not want to go through the RFP process or to avoid potential litigation is not enough reason to do it. And let me be clear when I say closing SEDP. If the district assumes control of the program, SEDP will be closed. There will be no longer SEDP. It has been pointed out by some school committee members that although more than 1,000 people signed the petition in support of SEDP, not everyone is a fan, and perhaps the district assuming control might be a positive. And while it might be true that not everyone is a fan of SEDP's management of the program, it's also not a reason for the district to assume control. In fact, we live in arguably one of the best school districts in the state, and not everyone is a fan of it either. Many residents opt to send their kids to private schools. It's not possible to please everyone. So it's not a reason to close SEDP. It's a reason to make some decisions to make it work better. In signing that petition and the ensuing several surveys, the committee, your constituents, spoke out loud and clear many times on this issue. The families who use SEDP do not want it closed. And while I don't have the direct results of the last survey, I doubt the district controlling of the program was high priority for anyone in a significant way. If the district recommends the program to be moved in-house, I and other parents have some questions that we believe need to be answered prior. This is not a program that you can decide now and create later. If the district assumes responsibility for the program, will it be less expensive? Many do not know that SEDP has been paying rent to the district in the amount of approximately $80,000 per year. Assuming the district won't charge itself rent, will our child care costs be reduced? And if that's the case, what happens to the $80,000 that the district is spending on its special projects, and how will that be absorbed into the budget? How will discipline issues be handled? If the district assumes control and an incident happens at the after-school program, will it carry over to their normal school day? There are rare cases for egregious conduct where kids have been asked to leave SEDP. Would they then also be subjected to school disciplinary action? We must remember that every decision, however feasible, can have unintended consequences. Will there be a summer camp, half-day, and vacation offerings? Many of us working parents rely on those services as well, as we don't have unlimited vacation time. We'd like to have some specific examples of how the district assuming control of the program will make it markedly better. And what if the district assumes control of the program and it doesn't work? There is no guarantee that the district-run program will be a better solution. Once this is done, it's done, and SEDP will cease to exist. And what about Northborough? If you cancel Southborough's RFP, will you also cancel theirs as well and bring their program in-house? At the last school committee meeting, the superintendent did mention that SEDP is working with the district, and some might infer that in doing so, SEDP may support the district assuming control. I don't want to speak for them. Katie already spoke on behalf of the board, but I don't believe that the SEDP board or the staff truly want to end SEDP as we know it today. They've been put in a very, in my opinion, challenging situation. If the district assumes control of the program, they want to ensure their staff has jobs and save their staff any unpleasantness. And the program, if the program goes back to RFP, of course, there's no guarantee that they'll win the bid. While I have little doubt that the school district is capable of running this program, perhaps to even some level of satisfaction from the parents, this program is not broken and therefore should not be fixed. And in my somewhat significant time on this planet, I have never witnessed a program made better or more fun by adding a layer of bureaucracy. People have asked me many times on a personal note why I have decided to speak up on this issue. And I can assure you, as someone who runs a busy household and owns my own business, I have a lot on my plate. And I only have a very small dog in this fight, right? My daughter will age out of the program in a year or two at the most. I am passionate about this program maintaining its independence. In addition to the aforementioned, I personally do not appreciate the fact that we, the members of SEDP, the parents who fund the program, have had no voice whatsoever in this process. Folks can say all day that this is a procurement issue or a landlord-tenant issue, but we're not buying cans of beans, and the space being provided is specifically for the care of the children of the working parents in this town, not for the enrichment of the district. This is our personal money, and these are our children, and we should have a say in who cares for them. Second, my kids love this program so much that my son, who aged out of it, had the other choices where to spend his summer vacation and chose to volunteer to work as a CIT at the SEDP summer camp. He even asked early to get up early to go help set up and stay late to help clean up. He wanted to learn from these people who have supported him well in his time in the program. And last, but certainly not least, the staff and the board of the volunteers who run it. This is an incredible group of individuals who are dedicated to maintaining and making a safe and fun program for our kids. They have great rapport with our kids, have demonstrated a vested interest in their development and success, and they deserve our support. They also work very hard to ensure the satisfaction of the parents. I mean, they know that they're the only game in town, but they don't act like it. They really do everything they can to make the program better. I appreciate your time and attention to this matter. I encourage you to follow the wishes of the community and your constituents and keep the program a separate entity. SEDP open and serving our children, and work with the SEDP board and the district, and together make it a stronger program for the future. Thank you all for your service, your time, your attention, and I would encourage others on the call to please participate in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Catherine, thank you for your comments. I think you probably have maybe some experience with audience sharing, but normally there's a time limit by policy. Because there weren't any other hands up, I wanted you to have a chance to finish your letter. If there had been 3 or 4 folks wanting to speak, we would have had to limit that to 3 minutes. So I see Kristin LeVal. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Or have I messed that up also?
Yep, that's correct. You've got it.
Okay, and we probably have another 3 or 4 minutes left.
Yes.
Since your hand wasn't up earlier, I apologize. Otherwise, I would have gotten you in earlier.
No, it's fine. And I will keep it very brief. I wasn't actually planning on saying anything, but I just, hearing Catherine, and I'm not going to reiterate everything she said. I agree completely with what she said, but 2 things struck me as she was speaking that I just want to throw out there. The concept of aging out. I guess you could say my kids are soon there. They're in 5th and 7th, but an interesting thing happened this year. My 7th grader, I didn't want her coming home. We're working from home. I don't want to be having to helicopter to make sure she's not on devices, getting outside. So we signed her up. And you know what they did? They worked with us. They heard that, 7th graders, 8th graders, they may not feel like they should be watched over. I don't think my daughter can't be alone, but I really wanted her to be involved in something. And the program worked with us. And they created this really awesome opportunity to bus the older kids, and my daughter and a friend are doing it now, over to Finn to be able to help the younger kids. And it's just such a great, she loves it. She's looking to do more days. And it's just a great experience of how this program knows us, we know them, and they're willing to adapt. So I agree with Catherine that if there are some issues, let's work with them to work through them. And then the second thing I'll just mention is I'm also a member of the Recreation Commission. And as Catherine mentioned, one could view recreation after school programs, RAP, as potentially in competition almost with extended, but the relationship has never been like that. They work so well together seamlessly. Again, just an example of how this organization really fits in so well into our community.
Okay, thank you. Catherine, usually we don't have someone come in a second time. Is this going to be pretty short? Because we're really kind of running out of our time here. Go ahead and promote Catherine. If it's pretty short, we'll certainly let you speak again.
No, I think I've taken up enough time. I don't believe I raised my hand, but thank you.
Yeah, your hand is up again.
I'm
okay.
looking at my screen, and I'm going to lower it right now.
Okay,
Apologies.
Kristin, your hand is still up. Are you good? All right. So this will probably have to be the last one. Andrea Hamilton.
Hi, Andrea Hamilton, 119 Northborough Road. Just because I know we've heard from a couple folks who are aging out of SEDP, I want to speak as a parent who's very much not aging out of SEDP. I have a daughter who's currently in the 3rd grade, so she'll continue on with the program as she moves into 4th, and then a son who's going to be moving into kindergarten next year. And so as I kind of think about long-term care for both of them now, right? So I've got kids that'll now be in split schools, which makes it a little less convenient for me in terms of pickup. And for a known program like SEDP, that makes sense to me. But I think for those of us who are sort of in this for the long term, right, it does sort of push us into a position where we're making choices, and now we're making actual choices And so as I think about 2 kids, it starts to push me in a position where suddenly financially, it doesn't make that big a difference for me to go to a sitter or nanny situation after school for my kids. And then I'm not going to 2 different locations. And for SEDP, which has just been amazing for my daughter and really a lifeline last year during the pandemic, that's worth it. For an unknown problem, that starts to be a much harder decision for me. So just as someone who's very much in the program and thinking about the future and thinking about my engagement with it in the future, moving away from an independently run program that I know and love, it does sort of put me into a position where now I'm going to reevaluate all my options. So I just kind of want to give that perspective as well. So I expect it applies to other parents as well.
All right, Andrea, thank you for your comments. I think we're good. Why don't we move on to new business? And I'll turn this over to the superintendent. It looks like we're going to have the update from the principals first up.
Sure. So we have a few updates and highlights from our principals, and I will have Clayton Ryan begin.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Roger. Yeah, there's been a lot happening at the Finn School since we met last month. We had 2 very successful parent-teacher conference days on November 18th and 19th. Our parents had the option of attending in person or Zooming, and the vast majority of parents opted for in person, and we're really thrilled to be back into their children's schooling classroom. We've had some great PD opportunities since that time. Our ESPs, or educational support professionals, took part in overviews of some new initiatives facilitated by our ELA coordinator, Megan Kelty. Our staff learned about the newly adopted Hegarty program, which provides daily phonemic exposure and skill building through a very interactive multimodal approach, which our kids love. And last Thursday, we had our K and grade 1 teachers take part in a half-day update on Project Read, again, facilitated by Megan Kelty. This week, Finn is taking part, and maybe a lot of you know this, in the Hour of Code Week. Basically, it's a global initiative, a global effort spanning 180 plus countries across the globe to promote computer science in our schools by helping our kids explore activities and lessons through registered events on their website or by accessing lessons again on their website. Our instructional tech teacher, Elizabeth Perrin, has been visiting classrooms in our school, having students take part in activities like plotting out what steps are required to move something on a grid from one spot to another. Students are learning skills related to directionality, sequencing, algorithms, and of course, debugging as they realize their strategy is not working. Tracy King and I are fine-tuning our upcoming kindergarten registration letter. We're planning to send that out to Southborough families who have kindergarten eligible children for the 2022-2023 school year, the week of December 23rd. We're thinking right now we have about 115 letters planned to go out. In preschool in January, we're doing a screening that's based on our students exiting from the preschool program into kindergarten, be it from Northborough and Southborough. And we're anticipating having 42 open spots for the start of the 22-23 school year. We have about 49 students or families on our waiting list. And finally, our care theme for November was generosity. And to promote the theme, we highlighted a first grader's dad who is deployed in North Africa on assignment through the military. And we collected donations for his troops, which we're mailing out this week. The first grader's family was thrilled at what we've done. And we're also continuing the promotion of generosity and giving this month by collecting high need items for the Southborough Food Pantry and connecting with Southborough Youth and Family Services for those Southborough families in need. So It's been a busy month, and we're looking forward to the we're looking forward to everything that we have planned. Thank you.
Thank you, Clayton. Next, we have Principal Steve Mucci.
Thank you, Greg. I wanted to provide some updates this month that all had to do with the power of connections, which is our district theme. So I just wanted to highlight some of the many ways that the school community, Woodward community, and town of Southborough work together to enhance the learning for students. So the last Friday, we had our second vaccination clinic at Woodward School. That was an extremely successful event. It was a collaborative effort between police and fire, the Southborough CERT team, the Board of Health, as well as many Woodward staff volunteers who took time out of their Friday evening to help deliver and help support students who are receiving their vaccination. I believe the number was 330 doses this round, and the previous vaccination clinic we were at 398. But they say that there was a fluctuation in numbers because some students who received the first dose would go somewhere else to receive the second dose. So we're very happy that was able to take place at the Woodward School. We just completed our annual Woodward basket raffle and auction, and we raised just shy of $6,000. That's a big thank you to the SOS and Woodward's parent community for all their donations and hard work in getting the fundraiser off the ground and making it such a huge success. That money will go towards enrichment programs. We've brought in authors in the past. We've had guest presenters, and we're going to be using it this year for some more playground equipment to enhance the outdoor experience for students. That brings me to my next update. We are going to be purchasing a Gaga ball pit for the Woodward students, and that is a partnership through the recreation department. I called rec and let them know of our project and our desire, and they were more than happy to split the cost with us and provided some additional funding for some of the materials. So right now we're working with our parent group to figure out the installation and the best time for that. So that'll be a great addition to the Woodward campus and be a great add-on for recreation to use it over the summer as well. Later this month, we're going to be collecting for the Southborough Food Pantry. Again, to Mr. Ryan's point, the holiday season, we want to make sure that we are supporting all community members and really displaying and modeling generosity for our students. Last month, we had we worked in partnership with our Southborough Youth and Family Services and collected and purchased gifts, and we're going to be giving those or we gave them to Southborough Youth and Family to provide for families in the town so that they can have a wonderful holiday season. And I think that's it. So like I said, I just wanted to highlight some of the ways that we connect with our school community, staff and students.
Thank you, Steve. Next, we have Principal Kathleen Valente.
Yes, thank you for letting me share about Mary. So as Principal Ryan shared, and same thing happened at Woodward, we had our parent-teacher conferences. They were very successful. It was great to share with families the great work that's happening in our classrooms. And we had both virtual and in person, and those that we saw in person, it was just nice to be able to welcome them back into our schools. In connection to Native American Heritage Month, Mrs. Johnson's art students made Hopi clay pots and Native American sketches, and teachers in classrooms in the library selected literature in connection to this last month's themes. Our fun run was held at Trottier. Thank you to the Trottier staff for allowing us to be up there for the day. And that was held on November 18th. And a huge thank you goes out to our whole SOS, and in particular, the 4 women, Stephanie Wysocki, Julie Fialco, Julia Spencer, and Jennifer Brenner, who really spearheaded this event that raised just under $20,000, which was exciting. And we were able to deliver an entire carload, front seat, back seat, trunk of donated items to Southborough Food Pantry. So that was wonderful. Upcoming World Read Aloud Day in February, we are preparing early for it. The authors were released last week, and our teachers got onto the site and they were able to secure 6 authors, which is a big deal because these are schools competing from around the world, trying to get authors to zoom in and read a selection from their books, as well as share about the writing process. So we will have 6 authors that each of our 14 classrooms will be able to listen to. And the SOS, through the funds raised from our fund run, are generously donating a collection to each classroom, one from each of the authors that the students will be listening to on February 2nd. And I'll share more about that once that happens in February. Our C course happened on November 23rd, and that was run by Mrs. Nash. And this is for our 5th grade students. And those who qualified to run just did an awesome job. And those that were on the sidelines were cheering their friends on. And it was an exciting event that we were happy to bring back to Neary this year. As Principal Ryan had mentioned, this month, we have our Hour of Code, and Neary 4th graders will be partaking in a hands-on coding adventure using our Osmo Coding Obby, and they'll be coding as they connect colorful blocks of code in the physical world to chart the adventure on their iPad screens. And students will be learning to decompose parts, detect patterns, and learn to craft algorithms. And our 5th graders will combine ELA and computer science as they make poetry come alive by using coding, using code.org. Students will create programs that include sequences, events, loops, and conditionals. And they'll have an opportunity to test and debug the code to ensure it runs as intended. And this is aligned to our DLS, School Improvement Plan, Empowering All Learners goal. And on Monday, we're launching our partnership of 365Z with our staff and then students at the beginning of the year, which aligns to our kindness initiative and our SEL, Healthy and Balanced Learners goal. And so once we launch this, I'll be happy to share more about it. 365Z is out of Worcester, and Mrs. Tev, our 4th grade team leader, has really been working to coordinate this effort, and we're excited to be able to bring it to Neary. This week's virtual backpack, if you get a chance to go on our website, we have new newsletters from Mrs. Nash in PE, Miss Valverde Collada in world language, and Mrs. Johnson in art. And they really highlight the great happenings that are going on within those disciplines. And finally, this month, we're going to continue our book study as a staff of We Got This, which is aligned to our equity of opportunity goal. So lots of things happening at Neary, and always happy to share.
Great, thank you, Kathleen. And lastly, we have Principal Gary Hershuk.
Thank you, Greg. Just a quick update on our health and safety measures. I believe at the last school committee, we did talk about our move of breaking up the cafeteria and moving students into the band room. That transition has been very successful. Kids have adjusted nicely, and we'll continue with that path for the foreseeable future. Trottier, like all the other schools, also engaged in hybrid parent-teacher conferences where we gave parents the options to either come in person or to have a Zoom meeting. We're collecting feedback on the strengths of that model, but I think one of the things we did here is that we had probably more parents engaged in the process because of the flexibility that was afforded to families. Really, one of the highlights of the past month is our culturally responsive work that continues. Some of these things I want to share is that our students participated in an equity audit survey, a couple of weeks ago through in conjunction with Mass Insight. And we had about roughly 30 students sign up for a focus study where they were interviewed to talk about their experiences at Trottier. Our world language department is conducting a language scavenger hunt where they're trying to find out all the language other than English spoken in our students' home across Trottier. This is new, and we're excited to celebrate that. Our work with the ADL and the World of Difference program has really been building some momentum. We have officially launched the World of Difference program with our first training that with our peer leaders had taken place yesterday. Our advisors, Julie Jenks and Pam Lunder, shared that the conversations, the thoughtfulness, and the response of our students were nothing short of impressive. They started doing a deep dive into some themes. They started gaining some facilitation skills and some leadership skills. Our second day is going to be December 15th in that training, and then with our third day happening mid-January. And then once those students receive that training, then we will have our 7th and 8th graders work with our 6th graders to lead some conversations around equity, inclusion, and bias. Recently at one of our NASA meetings, central office asked what some of our accomplishments were. And many of the principals really cited, we're seeing a return to normalcy in some ways, things that we would not typically celebrate in a given year, we are celebrating. For example, interscholastic basketball is back, and that's good to see. We have our first concert, our chorus concert is taking place tomorrow night, and our band and orchestra concerts are taking place next Thursday. So that's very important to see those traditions and those outlets return for our students. SOS graciously sponsored a virtual version of a Christmas Carol. Historically, our 7th graders would attend the play at the Hanover Theater, but unfortunately that's not an option this year, but we are going to have a virtual version of that, which serves as a capstone piece to their unit. Mr. and Mrs. Griffin rebooted our Holiday Star program. Much like with all the other principals mentioned, this is an effort and tradition that's been going on for a long time, in which families support families in need in the town of Southborough. All the gifts stay within the community. We also had a 7th grader start a new tradition, and it was a comic contest. She developed this idea, brought it to our attention, made some announcements. It was a rough draft when it came in, but we were very impressed with the submissions, the artwork, and we're looking at how we're going to disseminate this work going forward. Jeff Drake, who is a world language teacher and is also the teacher for our small structures class, is inviting families and students for s'mores in a fire pit to see the evolution of the shed and to burn some of the extra wood after school. So our 8th grade team is having a door decorating contest before the break. Let's see, we are also planning for our hour of code. And last but not least, one of the things we've been happy about is we are working with our district directors, Megan, our director of ELA, Megan Kelty, director of math, Dr. Mary Coakley, and our director of SEL, Dr. Lipton O'Connor. They are continuing with their listening and learning tour. They've come to our Trottier to observe classrooms, see our processes, see our systems and structures, and provide a fresh lens and really perpetuate those conversations. So like my colleagues, a lot is going on, and it's just great to see a return to some of the traditions that we've been very proud of.
Thank you, Gary. And that concludes our principal's report.
So thank you all very much for the update, and certainly for all of your continued hard work. I don't have any specific questions. I'm looking, I see a couple of hands up. Katura?
I just have a general comment, which I guess is probably what I say most of the time, but thank you so much for all those updates. And my head is spinning with all the amazing things that are going on. It's so refreshing to hear about all of the non-COVID pandemic related activities that are happening, and just wonderful that so many things are getting back to normal. And I don't want to minimize, what we're still all dealing with, because I know it's a lot, and I think we have more coming, unfortunately, when you look at what's developing. But just want to thank everybody for all of your hard work and all the wonderful initiatives that are happening. So thank you for all of that.
Kamali?
Yes, I echo the positive feeling about hearing of all the initiatives underway. One kind of somber question that I have is if any of the principals can share if there was any conversations with students, or maybe the other way around, where students had some reaction to the recent tragedy that happened in a school in Michigan. I know that maybe some Alice drills were done after that, but did you see any impact or conversations that were held with the students?
Gary, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, we didn't have conversations with students, but we did have conversations with our counseling team. I think one of the things that this incident had kind of sparked was kind of, safeguards and protocols, about how schools should respond. I think, certainly you only hear a portion of the story from the news, but, questions were raised about school response. And I think it just is a reminder of the work that we are all doing. Some things that we have in place is certainly the ALICE drills. We here at Trottier, we also have our Say Something application, which has been a great mechanism for notification of student safety. So I think that's been reassuring for us, but students, we did not generate a conversation, nor did I get a sense that across the middle school that this was a conversation that was had that was teacher initiated or led.
Thanks. And Roger, and I'll just add one more thing, that one common thread I heard throughout all of the schools was the partnership with SOS and how that's been really helpful. So for any of the community members that are part of SOS and on the call, we thank them for that. And, just appreciate that we have these kind of supplemental services, programs, and partnerships.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, Greg, we're going on to COVID-19 update.
Yes, so Mary Ellen Duggan will provide an update on COVID-19, and we also have Dr. Ciarnello, who is key member of the medical advisory team, with us this evening. So I will promote her as a panelist. And Mary Ellen, would you like me to share my screen? Would that be easiest?
I'm muted. Sure, thank you. I don't want your to-do list though. As you probably don't want mine either.
It's true.
All right, so last time we were here, good evening, everybody. Thanks for having me again. We talked about updating you about COVID cases, testing, and all of that. So we're doing a Southborough K-8 by the numbers. Maybe. So this is a chart, a graph showing you last year's cases compared to this year's cases. So we're kind of comparing apples and oranges because we were remote for the first few weeks and then we were hybrid. And so we have been full in all this year. And the numbers in red are this year's, the number in blue are last year's cases. You can go to the next slide, please. Then we're going to talk about our vaccination rates. As we know, as Mr. Mucci said, we've had 2 clinics at Woodward. We've had 4 clinics in Northborough that Northborough and Southborough residents were welcome to come to both. And these are our vaccination rates. So far, we're getting there. We have about 40% of our 5 to 11-year-olds who have received at least 1 vaccine. They're going to be coming from our clinics. They're going to be fully vaccinated as of Friday. So that's an exciting time that there'll be numbers next time in that fully vaccinated column. 7th and 8th grade is above 80%. 6th grade is going to catch up there soon with these new clinics. Our Binax Now antigen testing from our Test and Stay program and testing symptomatic people at school. We have the number of tests we've done on Southborough students is 1,434, and that was 373 unique individuals. So you can think that we have saved over 1,400 school days for these students who are able to test and come to school. Of those tested days, there were 12 positives. And then the symptomatic people, for people who were symptomatic at school, who developed symptoms at school and were tested, we've had 40 unique individuals get tested, number of 45 tests, and we've had 3 positives from those tests. And then finally, after much anticipation and me prodding our testing facility, we are able to get the school data for our weekly COVID safety checks or pooled screening. And these are the numbers from last week. So for Trottier, it was about 42% of the students. Oh, you know what? I did the whole number, so it's not that much. So forget my percentage numbers, but you can see there what the numbers that were done with students and staff and the numbers of positives last week. So hopefully we'll be able to compare these, and these numbers will increase as the time goes on, and we'll be able to see what's happening in the schools. And then we always have our district dashboard. Greg, if you click on it's a link on the district dashboard site where it says district dashboard. If you can click that so it opens up, that would be great. At the top, the title, not the positive case, that actually says district dashboard in the green. Oh, there you go. So I want everybody to know that this dashboard is here. The daily cases are updated daily. And the dashboard itself is updated by Thursday, usually Thursday morning, sometimes not until noontime. So our cases this week have been the highest in our district that we've seen, and we're just echoing what's happening throughout the state and throughout the towns. We've had 49 cases in the district in the past week. So these numbers here are for last week. And this information is here at your fingertips anytime. The daily positive case, if you want to open that up, you can take a look at that too. And this will show you the number of cases each day, how many cases required contact tracing, and if close contacts were identified, or if there were no close contacts identified, or if there was no contact tracing needed because the person wasn't in school for the 48 hours prior to their positive test or their symptom onset. So this is what we're seeing, this increase that we're hearing about and seeing in our communities in our state, really across the nation. So I'm not sure if it's probably a kind of a perfect storm with after the holidays and the new variants coming. So we just need to be diligent and continue what we're doing to hopefully keep our numbers low in Southborough. We don't want both towns to have their uptick at the same time. That would not be good for any of us. So right now, Northborough has their uptick. So I'd welcome to any questions anybody has, and Dr. Ciarinello is here to answer any questions you might have for her too.
Molly?
Thank you, Mary Ellen, for that update. In a very general sense, so as to not, go over anyone's medical history, could you give us a sense if you're hearing of a large variety of our youth that are suffering any issues that are hindering them from their education, or just, in general, you've received phone calls that are alarming related to, their learning ability, not just, recent cases, but just now some of them have had it, 6 months, a year, 3 months, etc.
I personally have not received any phone calls of anybody needing any support. I'm not sure if it would be maybe at the school level that we would see that. They would reach out to their counselors and things like that, and their teachers at the school level, but I haven't had any people reach out to me personally. So I really can't answer that question.
Yeah, Kamali, I will add that we have seen an increase in students who need social emotional support. And some of the cases are much more intense than we've experienced in the past. So we definitely have seen a change. And I think our principals and our guidance staff and counselors are doing a great job trying to support students and working with families, and also trying to make sure we have wraparound services for students who need extra additional support.
And Greg, with that, because it's all kind of a learn as you go, but do we feel that we're equipped right now to meet the needs of the support that they are requesting, or are there some things that we're kind of need to reach further out to experts for?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have excellent staff, with our school psychologists, our guidance counselors, adjustment counselors. I think one of the challenges that we do face is that many of these, the needs are very complex, and we're a small part of an ecosystem. And some of the challenges that we're seeing is really connecting families and students with the outside resources they need, just because there's such a demand in the larger community. So, I know we're working closely with Southborough Youth and Family Services. We're networking. We're using our Family Success Partnership. So our teams are doing a really nice job trying to get the resources to the students, but it is challenging because of the need just in general in our larger community and network.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if everybody's familiar with what Family Success Partnership is, but it's through Assabet Valley Collaborative. When we've kind of tried all of our resources that we have available to us in the school in the town, or if people need help in the home to get things done in the home, or to fill out paperwork or things like that, or get the services they need, we reach out to Family Success Partnership, which we contract with them.
Thank you.
Katura?
Thanks. Thank you for that update, Mary Ellen. I had two questions. One is, and I'll say both of them, and then you can address it however you like. So I think it was at our last meeting, we had a very in-depth presentation about how things had unfolded, I think at NERI. And there was a sort of a small number, I think, of probable in-school transmission cases. I'm just wondering if we've seen any further probable in-school transmission since the adjustments were made to the mitigation measures. And then my second question is, I saw that you presented some testing numbers as far as the number of pooled testing cases done. Can we translate that to percentages? I think last year we were looking at it in terms of X percentage of the student population was participating in pooled testing per school. And I can't tell how that's working out this year. It looks like the numbers might be a lot lower this year, but I can't really tell. So I was just curious about that.
It does look a lot lower. I did the percentages, but I did the total of student and staff, so it's not a real number. So that was, I did have those numbers, but it looks like Woodward and NERI is about 50% of the students. Finn includes the preschool, so it's a little bit lower, maybe 40%, and Trottier maybe close to 40% of students is what it looks like. And then we have not seen any, since we had that cluster at NERI, we did have a few cases of possible in-school transmission at Trottier after that. And then we haven't seen anything since that in the Southborough schools.
Thank you. Are we on the testing? Do we know why it's so much lower this year? Are we still trying to get people? I know it's definitely a more, well, I think it's a slightly more cumbersome process to do the testing. I don't know if that's perhaps why it's lower, or I don't know if we have a sense of that and if we could get that increased at all.
I think it might be a little bit of fatigue, the whole COVID fatigue that's hitting everybody. It is a little bit more cumbersome. It's not as easy as just swabbing and sending it in, back in the box that it came in. There is a little bit of legwork that needs to be done at home. So I'm not sure if both of those things add up. I'm not sure if we'll see less testing or more testing as we get through the holidays, as more people get vaccinated. Some people think that they don't need to test anymore once they're vaccinated. We do continue to recommend people to participate, but I think there's going to be a little bit of that too. So we'll just keep trying to promote it and get people to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Jan?
I have a question for Andrea, Dr. Ciarnello. I'm wondering if you could, and it might be too early to talk about this, but if you could speak a little bit to the new variant in terms of, do you, I guess, does the medical advisory board anticipate any additional mitigation strategies or different procedures that will need to be put in place, considering this might be potentially more transmissible? And then this, I guess the second part is if you have any recommendations for once we've moved past a certain period in terms of children who are being vaccinated versus not vaccinated, and kind of strategies for managing risk or suggestions for how to kind of what to do about that when it comes to removing masks and other types of mitigation strategies.
Sure. Thanks, Jen. So I think people are following the news about Omicron. I think it's really too early to be able to say very much definitively about it. I think we know from South Africa that their case count is going up quite rapidly, which does suggest, does suggest greater transmissibility, and many of the estimates have shown that. I think what we're really waiting to learn a lot about are a couple of things. One is to what extent will our vaccines still work? And I think we had some data that came out in the last couple of days that suggests that they will actually still work quite well. There's a number of different tests going on. They're all sort of in lab tests, so it's way too early to know. I think people are thinking it may be the case that there will be, potentially more mild breakthrough infections, but still good protection against severe illness. But this is definitely true for people who have had sort of the maximum possible number of doses. So definitely more with boosters than with just the 2-dose series, or for people who've had COVID and then get 2 doses. So I think the key message there is really just get vaccinated, get whatever booster you're eligible for, if you're eligible for it. We still don't know a lot about the risk of reinfection. Some suggestion from South Africa that that's the case, but really very limited data yet still. So I think the things that we still know are that vaccines likely really still play an important role for Omicron. I don't think there's, there may be slightly less effectiveness, but it's definitely not nothing. And so that's our number 1, 2, and 3 kind of line of defense. I think masks are really important and still work. So we have a lot of control over that as well. So this is a good time to kind of go back to masking in indoor spaces. There's a couple of important things that are happening with Omicron and the available treatments, which is kind of far afield from school. But I think it's, if there are people who are thinking, maybe I won't get vaccinated because if I get COVID, I'll get a treatment for it. The sort of mainstay of our therapies right now are these monoclonal antibodies, and the ones that we have available do not seem to be working for Omicron. There's some ones in the pipeline that probably do, but so I think, really prevention is the best strategy. So how does that impact school planning? I think we're really kind of waiting to see. I think the next couple of weeks will be really, really valuable in terms of, getting data that don't just come from labs, but actually come from people, and letting us know a lot more about what prevention strategies we need to change, if any. I think the schools right now are doing quite a lot. We've gotten to the greater distancing, we're still masking, people are trying to eat at distances or outside. So I think the Southborough schools have really done a great job of that. I don't know, Mary Ellen, if you want to talk any more about sort of additional strategies that we might implement, or I think we're pretty much still in kind of the wait and see period. I do think this changes some of the discussion around the unmasking. I mean, we hadn't really started to have that conversation at the elementary levels yet, but in my mind, I think it's really important to wait a little bit and see what we learn about Omicron. And I think that will be, that will happen over the same period of time that we're getting our 5 to 11-year-old kids vaccinated.
Thank you.
I guess maybe one other point I'll make about pediatric vaccines too is that, huge kudos to the Board of Health and the schools for setting up these clinics. They were phenomenally well run. They were really joyful, hopeful clinics to be part of. I just want to let people know that there have been now 4.8 million kids age 5 to 11 in the US who've gotten 1 dose, and 1.5 million kids who've gotten 2 doses. So I know a lot of people were kind of waiting to see how the safety data came out once larger and larger groups of people got vaccinated. And I think we're starting to see those data now. So far, There haven't been any concerning signals, but I think, we'll just, again, we'll continue to learn a lot more over these next couple of weeks. But I think that'll be a really valuable source of data.
Kim?
Thanks for that. That was super helpful. I have a question. I think, well, actually, whoever, either Mary Ellen or Andrea, if you want to take it. We talked before, like way before, about the pool testing, sort of like the goal was 80% to make it like a mitigation effort that was like worthwhile. I'm not sure what the exact phrase was, but I'm wondering, since we're so far from that, like, do we need to focus on revving that up? Or, I mean, I feel like we hardly ever see positives in that, in those charts. So I'm wondering if that is sort of just like every one test that we get somebody to take is better than not, and just go with that, or if we should really sort of put an effort into doing more.
I'm not sure. I think any test we do is, better than none. That's personally my take on this. Now, we do have positive pools every week. I mean, you saw like last week, there was 2 in Southborough, there was 1 at the high school, and there was 8 in Northborough. So, I mean, we are picking up asymptomatic people positive in this pool. So every time we do that, would it be more beneficial if more people participated? Definitely. I think we can work on it. I don't have the capacity to be the cheerleader right now for it, but if anybody else wants to do that, they can.
So I guess I just wonder how, like, Andrea, how important is this? Like, should the district engage SOS, or like how, like, what's the deal?
Yeah, I mean, I think I can sort of speak with my own opinion on that, and maybe not, I don't know if I'll reflect the whole consensus of the MAC here, but I think in terms of the prioritization of testing efforts, I think it kind of steps down from the number 1 being testing for people with symptoms. I think that's another message that needs to kind of ring through loud and clear, especially with Omicron. Like, if you have any symptom, we've seen really mild symptoms like headache and eye pain and things that are not, they may not just jump out at you as being something where you need testing, but please get tested. So symptomatic testing, I think, is priority number 1. I think priority number 2 is test and stay. And hopefully will be less and less of an issue as more and more people are vaccinated, but it's just been an enormous kind of boon to the ability to save in-person learning days. And I think a lot of effort to implement that. I know Mary Ellen and your team that's been a huge amount of effort, but I think just incredibly valuable. And then I think pool testing, I was one of the biggest proponents of it last year. I really thought it was going to be kind of the way to get us all back into school safely. I'm not 100% sure that it's worth all the effort. So, the positivity rate is very low, and we just don't, some of these people never develop symptoms. I'm not sure how much we're saving by finding them. Now, that I'm sure we are doing something, but whether on balance it's worth the effort to implement it, if you could be spending those things on improving the other, testing strategies that we talked about, I think those other ones take priority. So it's kind of a question of like resources and time. I think that, Mary Ellen's team is working really hard. So currently they've been able to pull this off, and I think it's amazing. So I would encourage people to keep doing it. But I think if we ran into a place where we had to choose, I would choose those other 2 forms of testing above this one.
Thank you.
Kim, we would welcome anybody that wants to help promote it. So, because that's not really a big lift for us, for the nursing staff. The pool testing is not really a big lift.
Now that you've got it set up, right? So that was a huge amount of work in the beginning of the year. And it's not, I think it's a reasonable lift on the family side too. So a good way.
I think whatever we can do, I think is good. Like if we're thinking like moving towards when we get to that point where we get to that 80% and maybe thinking about removing masks, then I would definitely push it harder, that we should be, pool testing should ramp up if we remove another mitigation.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any more questions from the committee. Shall we move on to legislative update, Greg?
Yeah, just a thank you to Andrea and the medical advisory team, and they're always willing to show up and share their information expertise. So we're greatly appreciative.
Yes, Andrea, I'd also like to thank you. I know that you may have had a late request to see if you'd be willing to join the meeting tonight, so that some of the members could ask questions. And I really appreciate you being willing to do that on such short notice. Thank you very much.
Yeah, anytime. And you guys know how to reach me. I'm always happy to try to answer questions.
Danny? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just wanted to ditto what everybody just said, and also a reminder that, you know, these folks they have their own jobs during the pandemic, and that they're also parents. And it's just like fantastic. So ditto, ditto, ditto.
Okay, legislative update.
No new updates at this time, Roger.
All right, then we've got the MCAS presentation.
Yes, so this evening, Dr. Reinhorn will share the spring 2021 MCAS results and answer any questions. And I think that the context of the MCAS administration was very different this past spring. The Department of Elementary and Secondary Education decided that it was important to continue with MCAS assessments more as a diagnostic to really see how students have been impacted in terms of their learning as a result of the pandemic. And this year it's not being used for district accountability in terms of overall district results. So nonetheless, they're very important results, and Dr. Reinhorn will provide the committee and the community with an overview of the spring 2021 data.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present these results. I'm going to share my screen. So I can get the right thing. Okay. Sorry, trying to get set up. So thank you for the opportunity to share. I am going to first provide a little bit of context. Greg mentioned a few things, but I want to give a little more specifics. And then I will take us through looking at the English language arts, the mathematics, and the science, engineering, and technology results from the 2021 administration of the MCAS. So the Massachusetts Comprehensive Assessment System, kids have other explanations for the acronym of MCAS, but that is the actual meaning of the acronym, is an accountability system. And the point of it is to provide clear, actionable information to all of the constituents, to families, to community members, to the public, to the district, and to the state, so that we can use this information to direct resources and assistance and make decisions. It's important to, I think, remind ourselves that MCAS is one of many sources of data and that the district uses to inform our work. Some specific updates related to this past year. As you know, MCAS was canceled in 2020. And in 2021, it was modified in some significant ways. In order for students to spend less time testing, they were randomly assigned to one of two sessions in ELA, math, science, technology, and engineering. So whereas in years past, they might have taken 2 sessions of mathematics, instead they took one, and some kids took one session while some kids took the other session. And that created a sampling technique that was used throughout the state. There were extended administration timelines, so schools had more leeway in terms of when they administered. We were allowed to have remote administration of assessments for students who were still in a remote learning model. And the student growth percentile calculation was altered a little bit by the statisticians to account for the context that we were in. As Greg mentioned, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education did not issue updated district or school accountability determinations in the fall of 2021 using these results. In Southborough, we did give computer-based tests. And I think it's notable also to mention that our participation rates remained very high. In ELA, math, and science, we had 99% participation in each of those areas. Before we talk about the actual assessment results, I also wanted to take a minute to look at who are the students in the public schools of Northborough. This shows us a few different ways to look at our population. In the upper left-hand corner, you can see that it's really just looking at our enrollment, which has been relatively steady. And below that, looking at students by one of the ways we might disaggregate, which is looking at what percentage of our students are high needs. High needs is our students who are designated either as low income or economically disadvantaged, which are two different metrics that have been used over the years, or they have been identified as ELLs, English learners, or former English learners, or as students with disabilities. So high needs is a category that encompasses multiple categories, or they're, I think I said students with disabilities. Then next to that, we also had the percentage of students with disabilities, percentage of students who are economically disadvantaged, and percentage of English language learners. If we look at the pie chart, you can see that 32% of our students are non-white and 68% of our students are white. That is broken down for you over here to the right in a probably easier way to look at it in the table, to look at race and ethnicity. And then we also have the breakdown by gender. In terms of the MCAS test, the scoring, and many of you are familiar with this from looking at MCAS results in the past, there are 4 achievement levels. There's exceeding expectations, which is that a student who performed at this level. Well, that's interesting. I just noticed that the words at the very bottom are not actually correct, but it is correct in the table. So exceeding expectations, a student who performed at this level exceeded grade level expectations by demonstrating mastery of the subject area. Meeting expectations is that they have met the grade level expectations and are on track academically for that current subject, that subject in that current grade. Partially meeting, and then the last category, not meeting expectations. So first, we will take a look at English language arts. And we're going to look at this in 2 different ways. We're going to look first at achievement, and then we're going to look at growth, and we will consider achievement and growth together as well. So in English language arts, what you're looking at here in this graph is achievement comparing across years and the results from 2018, 2019, and 2021. And as you recall, we did not take the MCAS in 2020. Achievement is what we just looked at, the levels. So it's the blue bar to the left is the percentage of students in grades 3 through 8, this is aggregate, in English language arts, who scored in the exceeding expectations. So for example, in 2018, we had 18% scoring in the exceeding, 57% in meeting expectations, 23% in partially meeting, and 2% in not meeting. And then we have the same setup for 2019 and for 2021. We often talk about what percentage of students are meeting or exceeding, because that is, our percentage of students who are meeting grade level expectations. So in 2018, 75% of students were meeting and or exceeding, 79% in 2019, and 73% in ELA were meeting or exceeding. It's important to realize that if you compare these from year to year, you're not comparing the same students. They are different cohorts of students. You're comparing like if you compare fifth graders to fifth graders, that means they're different groups of fifth graders, but it still gives us information that is helpful. So another way to look at our results is to think about growth. This particular graphic that I will talk us through shows us growth along the x-axis and achievement, which is what we were just talking about, meeting or exceeding expectations, on the y-axis, on the vertical axis. So let me first explain how growth is calculated in broad terms, because it is fairly complicated. The state calculates a student growth percentile for each student. And then this is looking at the mean student growth percentile for all of our students in the aggregate. A student growth percentile is calculated by taking a student and comparing them to other students who in the past scored similarly. So if you imagine, if we pick a score in, let's say, the meets category, let's say it was a low meeting expectations. In fourth grade, when that student gets to fifth grade, they would be compared to a cohort of students who scored similarly in fourth grade. And then you could think about that cohort of students and say, well, some of them may grow a lot, some may grow less, some may grow very little. And students' growth percentile is where did their growth fall, in what percentile did they fall compared to other students who scored similarly in the past. So what this graphic shows is the star represents the state, and it says that in the aggregate for 3rd to 8th graders for English language arts, in the state, the average student growth percentile was 35.8. And the percent of students who were meeting or exceeding expectations was 46%. The circle represents Southborough schools. Again, 3rd through 8th graders, English language arts. Our average growth percentile was 37.7. 73% of our students were meeting or exceeding expectations. This is still looking at average student growth percentile in English language arts, but breaking it down by grade. So at the very bottom, you have 3rd through 8th in aggregate, and that's that 37.7 that we just saw in the last graph. But the other rows are showing you grade by grade. The reason there is no student growth percentile for 4th graders is because they did not take the MCAS the previous year in 3rd grade. And so this year we were unable to calculate, or the state was unable to calculate a student growth percentile. Mathematics. So I'm going to go through similar data for mathematics and then for science, technology, and engineering. So again, this is our achievement levels. 2018 versus 2019 versus 2021. One of the things that I think is interesting, just looking back at the ELA, is that I'm going to flip back for 1 second to show you in the ELA. So in the English language arts, there was we have 6% less students in the meeting and exceeding. Our exceeding category is pretty similar, but we had some of the drop was in our meeting category. Go to mathematics. It's a little bit of a different story there, that in 2018, 81% of our students are meeting and or exceeding. In 2019, 85% are meeting. And in 2021, 72% are meeting or exceeding. And there's more of a shift in the exceeding category than there is in the meeting category. Again, we're not necessarily talking about the same kids. We can't, from this graphic, you know, in this level of aggregation, to say that those are where kids are moving, but it's interesting to just see the difference. In terms of growth, again, this is showing us the star represents the state. So in mathematics, in the aggregate for grade 3 through 8, in the state, the average growth percentile was 30.4, with 33% of students meeting or exceeding expectations. In Southborough, the growth percentile was 36.1 on average, and 72% of our students were meeting or exceeding expectations. And then this is the growth broken down by grade level. So science, technology, and engineering. In science, technology, and engineering, we just have 2019 and 2021 because in 2018, we were still taking the legacy MCAS. So there were different achievement levels, and it's not an apples to apples comparison. This, the science, technology, and engineering is given in 5th grade and in 8th grade, unlike the math and the ELA, which are given each year. And our meeting and exceeding in 2019 was 80% of students, and in 2021, it was 74% of students. Because the science is only given in 5th grade and 8th grade, there's not a growth percentile because there's not a historical cohort in the preceding year to compare students to. So overall, a couple of thoughts. I wanted to just talk a little bit about how we use the MCAS results. We use the results, as I said at the beginning, as one of many sources of data about student learning. And we use them to inform our decisions about instructional practices and curriculum decisions and programmatic decisions. Schools and teacher teams do various different analyses, including item analyses, where they will dissect some of the tests item by item, looking at what was being tested and how our students did on those problems. They're able to look at particular learning standards, and they're able to look at that across years. And again, that can impact instruction. It can also impact decisions about curriculum resources. We also disaggregate the data to look at specific groups of students. And then we even go beyond looking at subgroups to look at individual student results. So it's used at a lot of different levels, and it's really just sort of sliced and analyzed a lot of different ways, looking at both achievement and growth. These analyses are used to help us identify students who are in need of additional support, or they flag for us students where we want to look at other assessment data, often more localized assessments. They also help us to see students who might need academic extension. We're always looking to triangulate the results and understand it from different perspectives and understand it more deeply using other assessments. In addition, we're always aware of the fact, and even more so this year, that there are often non-academic barriers to learning. And so we don't assume that all the answers are just in the curriculum and instruction for that academic discipline. So we're looking to address those challenges as well. In terms of the implications and thinking about some of the work that is currently happening in the district, As many of you know, I think one of the ways to think about the implications is to think about what is that other assessment data that we use to triangulate. We are implementing universal early literacy screeners and a variety of other literacy assessments, as well as math assessments throughout the elementary grades. In addition, we are implementing reading assessments in the middle school grades. We've actually, some of our reading teachers at Trottier have done reading inventory assessments with, I believe at this point, almost every student in the middle school. This allows us to make decisions about additional targeted supports that are needed. We have tiered intervention systems at all levels that range from supports by the general education teachers in the classroom to supports by interventionists in and out of the classrooms. As a specific response to the data in combination with other local data sets, we are also in the process of establishing some mathematics tutoring opportunities to support a small number of students using the ESSER funding to target academic learning loss related to COVID. In addition, we continue to work on the SEL side, which I mentioned previously, to develop our shared understanding of the CASEL framework to inform our social emotional learning supports and efforts. We are also exploring screeners that can be used to collect baseline data. Finally, our teaching and learning team has grown this year, and you heard the principals mentioning the role that Jennifer Lipton O'Connor as the coordinator for social emotional learning, Megan Kelty as coordinator for English language arts, and Mary Coakley, along with Kathy Lazat as coordinators for mathematics are playing, helping us to increase our capacity to support the work. The teaching and learning team, which also includes Rhoda Webb, Mary Ellen Duggan, Marie Allen, and Greg and me, meet regularly to continually refine all of this work and to support the principals and their teams at the school level. We're always looking to identify the connections across disciplines and to make sure that the work is coherent. And this all connects back to our strategic plan, which continues to guide our work. And these, I just pulled out a few of the strategic initiatives that are directly related to all of the things that I just spoke about. So we started off talking about the MCAS, and I said right up front that it's one small piece of the puzzle. And we finished by talking about our strategic plan, which I would say is kind of our big picture look at the work we're doing. And the MCAS fits in as one indicator and one metric that helps to inform that improvement work. I am happy to answer questions. Roger, you want me to go ahead and just?
Yeah, well, go ahead, Jen. I was muted. I kept saying Jen, and then I looked down and I saw that I was muted. Sorry, Jen.
Okay, I have a question about the graphs. Are those statistically significant differences from one year to the next?
So we have not done the calculated the p-values and determined statistical significance on them, nor have we looked at, oh, it just flew out of my head. But I think that it's always important to keep it all sort of in the context of, even when you're comparing those graphs, are you comparing the same students? And I was showing you the aggregated views. We do a lot more of our work looking disaggregated by grade level, and even then more specifically below that. But we've not done the actual p-value calculations for statistical significance.
And I'm asking that, I think, just to get at and I mean, eyeballing it, it looks like there's been a decrease, and I'm wondering if that's due obviously to the COVID situation, or, you know, if we have any insight into that. And the second, I guess the second piece of my question would be related to the growth charts too. that looking at the growth charts, are we still in the same kind of range comparatively speaking to the rest of Massachusetts for this particular growth range versus how we've been in the past too?
Those are great questions. I mean, I think that that there is, we are consistent with the state in general in terms of seeing lower rates of growth across the state. We're similar to the state in the sense that we saw our performance, both achievement and growth, lower in mathematics as compared to ELA. Those are both patterns that were true across the state. The way that growth was calculated this year, in a typical year, and I'm going to be honest with you, I've spent a lot of time looking at the student growth percentiles and the calculation. They changed a little bit about the way they do the historical comparison. It is very opaque about exactly what the change was. But in a typical year, there would be 20% of the state at each level of growth, the way that the statistics work there. But this year, that is not true. And there is a much larger percentage of the state. In fact, in mathematics, I think in the aggregate, it was close to 50% of the state in the lower ranges of growth. So there's much lower rates of growth across the state. I think, so I don't know if that's helpful. Mm-hmm. It's obviously something that we look at, but I think we can only get so much information from drilling down in the MCAS, and the schools do drill down, and then they go to their other data and say, what's the rest of the story that we get from our more localized data, from our assessments, from what's happening day to day in the classroom.
And thank you, that's helpful. I mean, I think just from a bottom line perspective, looking at that data, would you say it probably is accurate? I mean, I know we don't have, you can argue about the validity or usefulness of p-values, but it would be accurate to say that there's been decreased growth or I don't say worse performance, because you assume that both, even though you're comparing cohorts, they're normally distributed, so you should see the same patterns in would it be correct to say that we're seeing a decrease in general compared to prior years?
And Jennifer, I can add some data. So typically we see high achievement and moderate to high growth. So moderate growth is anywhere between 40 and 59. Typically, we're either at the 57 to 63 growth rate in prior years. I can't think of any past testing cycle while we've been calculating growth percentiles that we've been where we are today in terms of our growth percentiles. I will share that some of it's expected in terms of kind of the environment that we were in. And I'd much rather have high achievement, which we're still in that higher achievement range, in low growth. But it is something that we are looking closely at, and we probably won't have a full picture until we administer the spring of FY22 MCAS results and we see what growth looks like. I think that will be a better benchmark to really see where we are. My prediction is we will go back to having moderate to high growth across our grade levels that are calculated.
Thank you.
Molly?
Stephanie, great explanation. I have a question about the breakdown charts for each grade. When we looked at both ELA and math, it seemed like the 8th graders are struggling. And I'm wondering what's the change happening between 7th and 8th grade? Why there's such a big, I'm not asking why, because there's so many factors involved, but it just seems like that group, the age to change from 7th to 8th grade is having a big dip. And do we typically see that? And it's just the nature of the advancement on and their age? Or is this actually the group where we're starting to target the services that you talked about, the extra math tutoring, et cetera?
So the results for the 8th grade would be now our current 9th graders.
Right.
And we are having same conversations at the high school and having targeted interventions and things. As to if we can, are you talking about the growth rates grade by grade?
Rate, yeah, they were
Yeah.
both like 29 or 33.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah,
thinking we're sending those children into high school, and we're kind of like sending the, challenge it, sending that to the high school for them to deal with. That's got to be a big disruption.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say that again, as Greg said, some of this was expected in the sense that we, knew that there were a lot of challenges last year across not just our district, but the state in terms of the learning models and interrupted schooling. There, we had conversations and continue to have our conversations from the middle school to the high school as part of the transition of students. Our curriculum leaders actually shared what they were seeing. And like, for example, our math teachers were in communication with math teachers at the high school about what students had been able to master and what they had gotten to and things that they had not gotten to. So teachers knew when the students were coming in. And I think that's true within schools, within our Southborough schools as well. There's a lot of communication. I will say that there is a strong agreement in the sort of research world and the academic, like the advice coming from both policymakers and researchers is not to go backwards, particularly in mathematics, but to keep going forwards while having interventions to fill in gaps. So for example, we are not in 4th grade going back and reteaching 3rd grade units. We are teaching 4th grade units and then looking at where are their gaps and then addressing those gaps. And there's a lot of support for that approach in the academic community as well.
And are you, so I'm trying to determine if the hand is still up or if it's back up.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question.
Okay, sorry about that, yeah. I don't see the hands go down sometimes, and so then several hands are up. It's hard to discern. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if there's a budgetary impact that we anticipate as a result of the decreased potential growth, or, in terms of implementing some of these additional programs, or you think that we're going to get back to the baseline of where we were after, having been out of the remote or hybrid model for a while?
It's a great question. And I think Greg is right that, some of this is, we're going to have to be patient. And, I think we have to remember that the kids and the teachers can only move take in so much at one time, right? And so we're going to have to be methodical and intentional. And then we're going to have to keep sort of monitoring our progress. And then the MCAS next year will be a helpful marker. I can say that we've talked about the ESSER 3 grant and the fact that 20% of that grant is to target academic learning loss. And that grant can be used over the course of not just this year, but the following year. And so we are working together with the principals right now in determining, we're focusing in on mathematics first and saying where exactly and how can this support us. There's where our focus is going to be on a tutoring model to support some of that, but then we're not using all of the money this year, so that we can also see what our progress looks over time, and we can then, adjust our strategy as we see where we are.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands up. We move to old business.
So I have two updates from MSBA. The first update is around the statement of interest for Neary Elementary School in the core building program. As I shared with the committee, the senior study team from MSBA did conduct a site visit at Neary about a month ago. And they had communicated with us that we either hear in December or March whether the MSBA board was considering statements of interest for their core building programs. The communication we received is that MSBA will be taking up core building projects at their March 2nd board meeting. So we have a few months to wait before we know whether we'll be invited in or considered to be invited in to the eligibility period. So that was just an update on the Neary SOI and what we can expect moving forward in terms of hearing from MSBA. The other communication is around the MSBA accelerated repair project that the community was involved in at Finn Elementary School, specifically the boiler replacement. The total project cost was $964,805. And the town of Southborough received a reimbursement rate of 36.89%. So the total grant from MSBA equaled $355,643. And the MSBA board did audit the project and did close it out. So that project is complete in terms of MSBA's role. And now we're just waiting for payments. So those are two updates around MSBA.
Any questions? All right, are we ready to move to the before and after extended day program, the feasibility update?
Sure, let me just share my screen. And can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
So this evening, I'm pleased to share with the committee the results of the district's feasibility study around whether or not it should operate a before and after school program or continue contracting out services. So for several years, the district has had internal discussions regarding operating a before and after school care program versus contracting out for services. This fall, it began a feasibility study of operating an extended day. And the purpose of the feasibility study was to determine whether the advantages of bringing the district extended day program within its operations was more advantageous for family students in the district than contracting for services. And to that end, the district researched school districts that operated before and after school care programs, explored staffing, programmatic, financial, and overall implications. In this presentation this evening is intended to articulate the findings of the feasibility study and communicate a recommendation. So the district did consult with a number of folks to conduct its feasibility. We did seek out legal counsel to speak about potentially partnering with SCDP. We also sought legal counsel to consider the liability of a district operating an extended day program. We also identified several districts who operate before and after school programs, and the districts that we identified were Ashland, Westboro, and Shrewsbury. And our research included a review of websites, handbooks, policies, community communications, conversations with school personnel, and program directors. And next, I'll share some of the highlights and results of what we learned from other programs. In terms of staffing, the programs researched included a director to oversee the day-to-day operation, support a comprehensive curriculum, supervise staff, establish protocols and procedures, support staff, and thoughtful programming for its students. We also learned that the programs required administrative assistant focused on financial tracking, enrollment, communication, and other matters to support the director and site coordinators. We also learned that site coordinators were key, and site coordinators were the leaders at the building level and remained in close contact with school administration, teachers, and other school personnel to provide adequate support. In terms of the programming, the programs reviewed shared a common philosophy centered on providing opportunities to support students' social, emotional, and academic development. The programs were designed to provide safe and nurturing environments where students could engage in enrichment activities, participate in recreational programming, and socialize with their peers. And time was also allocated each day for students to work on their homework. The programs blended educational, social, and recreational opportunities for students. And really what we learned was a common theme that emerged from the conversations was the ability of these districts to seamlessly operate and create programs connected to students' school day experiences. Several of the districts shared that they shifted from contracted extended day services to district operated programs, and they felt they were better able to connect the students' school day experiences with their extended day programming. In terms of finances, the program's research were financially self-sustaining and did not impact the district's operational budgets. Existing programs explained that any profits generated by their programs were allocated for new or replacement supplies and materials, improvements to the program space, and reserves in the event of a shortfall. And the funds needed to support the program salaries, supplies, and materials were fully supported by the tuitions received from participating families. And in all cases, the districts reported that their extended day programs generated revenue on an annual basis. Each of the districts also identified parent feedback and input as a key component. Several of the districts utilized parent groups to review ideas, create communication, and guide future planning. And many programs offered routine communication and survey opportunities to remain current with their families' feedback. And what we learned was the overall benefits of running a district operated program was that these districts viewed their extended day programs as essential programming. The programs were embedded in the overall district's operations, and collaboration between the programs and the schools resulted in robust learning and recreational opportunities for students. In terms of Southborough Public Schools feasibility study findings, we identified the key component was programmatic design. The public schools of Southborough's before and after school care's mission, if we were to take on this program, would center on providing opportunities to support students' social, emotional, and academic development. The program would provide a safe and nurturing environments where students can engage in enrichment activities, participate in recreational programming, and socialize with their peers. And again, each day time would be allocated for students to work on their homework. The staff members would create engaging and innovative programming for students of all ages, interests, and abilities. And really the focus would be on helping students build positive relationships with peers, develop social skills, strengthen self-esteem, and encourage independence, responsibility, and good decision-making. If the district were to take on extended programming, the programming would continue at Neary, Woodward, and Finn schools and operate with the same daily schedule as the current provider operates. The program would offer flexibility to families with unique schedules. The registration process would give families a menu of options to choose from and be adaptable as the school year unfolds. And furthermore, the program will offer programming during school vacations, including most state and federal holidays, professional development days, and most early release days, as well as summer months to accommodate the needs of families. And really what we learned from some of the districts we researched, the summer months would provide the district with a unique opportunity for the programs to enrich the students. And the district is really interested in looking at enrichment opportunities that we could add in addition to some of the summer programming that would move forward. Access to resources and expertise. So one of the greatest benefits we believe of bringing the program under the district's operation is that it would extend the program's access to resources and expertise. This access would include a variety of resources and district faculty and staff. And as a large district, we have many areas of folks of expertise. In terms of personnel, so the districts that we reviewed had a structure that we would mirror. And the key positions were really a director of the before and after school program, a part-time financial specialist, and 3 site coordinators. And I think the first order of business, if the district took on this program, would be to immediately launch a search for a director. And the hiring of a director would really be the first critical step in starting the program. Once hired, the director would lead searches for site coordinators at each school and part-time financial specialist. And these building-based leaders, like the other district programs, would be the primary point of contact between the school administration, support the program planning, implement the established curriculum, and ensure that all procedures are followed to ensure the safety and well-being of students. Another benefit we believe that the district can offer running an extended day program is the professional development and training. The district's professional development system could be a crucial asset to the extended day program. The district has a comprehensive professional development system with many offerings, and the before and after school care staff would be part of those offerings and professional learning. In terms of community feedback, in July 2021 and November 2021, the school district solicited feedback from the Southborough parent community about their priorities for extended day programming. The parent community identified reliability, consistency, the program be enjoyable and fun, affordability, and hours of operation as the 5 top priorities. And overall, the respondents communicated that they were very satisfied with the current before and after school provider, Southborough Extended Day. In terms of our findings around licensing and insurance requirements, the district, we did reach out to the Department of Early Education and Care to see if special licenses or other requirements were required to operate a before and after school program. And what we learned is that we would not need to hold a license to operate a program, as it is deemed an extension of the school district. Moreover, the district's ability to operate the program does not require additional licenses, certifications, or insurance coverage. In terms of our financial analysis, the finance team solicited information from districts currently operating extended day programs, as well as utilize existing budgeting tools to create an estimated budget. Based on these preliminary numbers, the finance team projects that the extended day program could self-sustain its operations. It is recommended that any profits from the program be utilized to reinvest in supplies, goods, and materials, and to upgrade the spaces used by the program, as well as to create a 3-month reserve in case there are unforeseen expenses for closures. The estimates of projected revenue range from $90,000 to $250,000, and the finance team did use very conservative numbers in their scenarios. The Parent Advisory Council, so the district is committed to having a Parent Advisory Council as part of the extended day program and having the council be a key player in terms of providing assistance and advice. We would create a advisory council to help assist with the implementation, provide input and ongoing feedback, help with hiring, and really help us understand how we can better support families. And again, the Parent Advisory Council would serve as an advisory role. In our thinking, and we want to get more feedback, is that the Parent Advisory Council would meet quarterly with an agenda facilitated by the Assistant Superintendent of Operations and the Director of the Extended Day Program. So in terms of some of the details, again, this is illustrating that there would be no change of fees or the fee structure from this year to next year. The fees would remain stable. The before school program hours of operation would remain constant to what exists now. It would open at 7 a.m. And again, the before school program, there's flexibility in terms of how a family would want to access depending on their unique schedules. In the after school program, hours of operation, so it's when school is dismissed to 6 p.m. And again, the fee structure is flexible for parents in terms of the number of days, and the monthly rates are held at a steady rate to this year's rates. In terms of some of the details, and we are working on a handbook. We have a draft. Vacations, most holidays and professional development days. So extended day program would be in session during Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, Martin Luther King Day, and Good Friday. And then we would continue to operate a summer camp. Would be offered from June through mid-August at the Neary School, and the program would service grades K through 8. And again, the same locations for the before and after school care program as those locations exist today. And we are looking at, in particular, a summer enrichment programming model. This has been something the district has tried to launch for several years. And Shrewsbury's program is an outstanding model that we're looking more closely at, and something that we'd like to replicate for the community of Southborough. In terms of the holidays, that would not be supported. So again, Labor Day, Christmas vacation, 4th of July. So these are the holidays that the program would not be supported. It would be closed. So just a couple of comments too. I just want to thank the SEDP board. I had a number of meetings with the board, and they were all very clear about their position that they did not want to see a change and that they wanted to continue with SEDP running the before and after school program. They were also very respectful in their approach, and also willing to partner if I think, as Katie indicated in her beginning, that this is not something that I ever wanted to share, that I was saying that SEDP was on board with, but they have been willing to sit down at the table and brainstorm and work through and talk and partner. I'll also share that we did have an opportunity to sit down with the director as well as the site coordinators. And we think it's a fantastic team, and our intention would be to have those staff members be a priority in terms of hiring if we were to take on a before and after extended day program operated by the school district. We do feel there are advantages for the district to operate the program. We do feel like there's greater alignment to district goals, mission, and vision. Programmatic access to the district resources, experts, people, and facilities. Greater access to district departments. We are a large organization. We have human resources, technology, health, finance, student services, teaching and learning, and English language arts department, or English language departments. We do feel that we'd have a greater alignment with district safety protocols and procedures, and a greater access to district professional learning and training. And I think we'd have the ability as a district to maintain low fees for families. That tuition rate increases would be needed to be voted by the school committee if rates were to increase. And lastly, there is the ability to generate revenue for schools. So, and those revenue estimates range from $90,000 to $250,000. And again, that's money to go back into programming in supporting the extended day program. So at this time, I would like to make a recommendation to the school committee. The Public Schools of Southborough recommends to operate a comprehensive before and after school care program. If the Southborough School Committee supports the district's recommendation, the district is committed to work closely with the Southborough Extended Day Program to ensure a seamless transition. We do believe part of that seamless transition would be to access the talented staff that currently exists with SEDP. And the district would begin the transition as soon as possible in preparation for the before and after school program to be in operation for the start of the 22-23 academic year. And we do have a timeline that I can share details, but I think it's premature to share that timeline. And lastly, I will share that this decision was not made lightly or in isolation. Principals, directors, the central office leadership team had many conversations around whether this was the right decision to move forward with. We talked about the pros and cons, and quite frankly, the additional work this would create. That we feel the advantages support making this recommendation to the committee. And I will share that there was unanimous support across the principals as well as the directors to support this recommendation. At this point in time, I will stop sharing my screen and answer any questions or provide any details that the committee may have.
Are there any questions from the committee? I'll lead off with one. Greg, I know that there are many important aspects of this, and transition is certainly one of them. And I think it's terrific that the plan would be to incorporate as many of the current SEDP staff as I guess are willing to move forward in a transition like this. I don't know that we can assume that they all will. Are you comfortable that if not enough of them do, you'll be able to handle the staffing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question. I think, if the school committee votes this recommendation this evening in the affirmative, then SCDP would have to make a decision around, does it locate to a different location? Does it close its operation? We've asked the question, would the SCDP current employees be willing to join our team? So those are, I can't answer for them. We hope so. If they don't, I think these positions are also positions that people would be very interested in. I think the director of an extended day program is something that we would get support and candidates. However, I will say that, it's very clear that the community thinks very highly of the current Southborough extended day director and site coordinators and staff. And if we move forward operating program, we'd like to continue with that strong team.
Thank you. Katura, I see your hand up.
I have a few questions, but I'll just ask one and then let others go and see where we end up. I guess one question I have has to do with the finances. So I think I can think about it both ways. One is that I'm wondering if the rates and the prospective revenue that the district might generate, is that in line with what other districts do when they operate it in-house? Because on the one hand, there's the concern about potentially losing, I guess, the rental income that the district gets now from SEDP. And on the other hand, it's, well, if the district is operating it, why are we having revenue? So I'm just wondering, what is sort of the general setup that seems to work for other districts, and is this in line with that?
Yeah, so I mean, I think it is a fee for service. So it's similar to our pre-K tuition model that we have, and at one point the kindergarten tuition model. So again, we use the financial modeling from the districts that we reviewed, as well as looking at, we looked at a couple other private programs to see what their financial modeling was. We did think it was important to include the $90,000 of revenue generated, because that is what we receive for rent. And there is some, wear and tear costs in terms of using the facilities on a daily basis and over the summer that we thought was important. But the revenue generated was significant. These are money makers for many of the private companies that run extended day programs, and all of the districts that we spoke to did generate a revenue. What that does allow us to reinvest in the program, but also hold rates steady, in terms of not increasing rates for families.
Thank you.
Jen?
I also have a few questions, but I guess I'll start with one. In terms of staffing, you'd mentioned that these would be considered part of the public school personnel. Does this mean they would get better, staff would get better benefit? I mean, I don't know better, but would get full packages of benefits and other things. Can you speak a little bit about that?
Yes, so Becky, do you want to talk about that?
Sure. So it really would depend on the number of hours that staff are working, but in the town of Southborough, any employee who works greater than 20 hours per week is eligible for health insurance benefits. They offer other benefits like a flexible spending plan, short-term disability, those type of things. So those employees would be eligible for those benefits. And we did factor in the possibility of staff joining the town's insurance as part of our financial calculation.
So we didn't shift that burden to the town. It's incorporated into our projections that those benefits would be assumed by employees.
Thank you. Good clarification.
And I guess a follow-up to that in terms of staffing, you talked a little bit about this, but who is the idea that these folks would be where are they coming from? Are they already in the district and would be supplementing additional? So are these teachers, are these teachers' aides, are they new hires? I know you've talked about potentially hiring some of the existing SEDP folks. They also do have high school students volunteering. Is there, and I raise this because I know parents talked a lot about this idea of continuity, and one of the things that they liked is having the same staff that they were working with from year to year that their kids got to know. So I guess if you could speak a little bit to that and what you envision that would look like.
Yeah, so I think in terms of the counselors in training and using, high school staff and middle schoolers to help kind of provide an opportunity for students to learn. We want to continue that program. I think that's a great opportunity for students to engage in that program. In terms of employees, we would have employees who would consider working either before or after school, who might be ESPs or teachers during the day and might want to supplement their income. I think that is the case currently, Becky, that there are current educators who work in the program or ESPs, and that would continue.
Thank you. I have some other questions, but I'll stop for now.
You sure? Okay. Kim.
I have a few questions too, but maybe we can just come around again. The first one is I'm wondering where you envision, like, will the director report to you or to Keith, or where do you see this department?
Yeah, so this would fall under the Assistant Superintendent of Operations. So the director would support to Keith.
And a second question I have is, I think currently we're limited to X number of families that we can serve. And I'm wondering, do you envision an opportunity to increase that number?
So I think because Southborough Extended Day operates under the ECC, they do have ratios, student to teacher ratios that they have to follow. I believe their current ratio is 9 students every adult. One of the things we'd want to do is bring on a director and have conversations around what's an important ratio to maintain. It might continue to be a very low student to teacher ratio because that is how do we maintain a quality of a program. So that's our intention is, our assumption is current ratios, bring on a director and have a conversation. I don't think, we did not have a conversation around maximizing the number of students in these programs so that we can maximize revenue. I think we always talked about, that 10, plus or minus 2, depending on enrollment numbers, to keep the student to teacher ratios at a place where faculty and staff could get to know students well and support students, keep the numbers low.
Okay, I just think it's an interesting idea to think about, like, not as many folks on the waiting list. So that would be interesting. But Kamali has her hand up, so I'll hold off on my other questions.
Go ahead, Kim. Do go.
You sure? Okay, I have a couple more. So did you mention about the breaks, February and April vacation? Are they on there?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned expertise, like being able to access the district's expertise. Would that include, or how do you envision that including special education?
I think it's primarily through consultation. We have BCBAs and behavioral specialists and school psychologists. So, we'd have a number of resources that we could deploy and have consult with the program. Also, one of the, as we create a revenue pocket, for example, we could have, folks go and observe a setting. We have a lot of expertise. We could create opportunities where our music teachers, maybe get paid to go and do a music program with students. There's just a lot of opportunities to bring expertise in the program. And special, student support services is one of those areas where we think there is an advantage.
Okay. Last question. I know parents have talked about it. I think it actually was mentioned a few times in the survey results about really looking for this opportunity for kids to sort of like get out of school, right? Like this free play, opportunity. So I'm just wondering, do you envision it sort of having like a stated balance, or?
Yeah, our intention is not to make it a continuation of the academic program that happens during the school day. One of the things that, if we were to launch a program, we haven't named it. We would like the students to be part of that naming of the program. But our philosophy really is around recreating that after school neighborhood experience where kids have a snack, they can play, they can engage in physical activity. There's some time to do some homework. And throughout a month, or there might be some opportunities where they can engage in something that they're interested in. But the overall nature of the program is really for students to have a chance to unwind, practice those social connections, build relationships with their peers, and really try to have fun and an enjoyable time in the program.
That's sort of playing off of that. I think we do a really good job of like taking like the high level goals from the strategic plan and like dragging it into the classroom. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity. I know the strategic plan is sort of like a working document. Like, would we be able to pull this into that so that we could, you know, bring it right down into the program?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, the core values and the portrait of the graduate, a lot of those attributes are really around socializing and making connections with peers. So I think, yes, and I'll just use one example too. So, you know, we're doing an hour of code throughout our 10 schools this week. And it's something, it's an example of, you know, we could offer some coding experiences for students in the extended day program for those students who might be interested. Not all might be interested, but it might be something where we could extend the program to that extended day experience.
Awesome. I'm all set. Thank you.
Are there any thoughts already about any change in the locations, the physical locations of where the program is housed? And this is with the caveat that, of course, medical advice and COVID rules will kind of take precedence as it did this year. But in terms of like, are we envisioning a program at every location and or condensing, or is it still in flux?
Keith, do you want to take that?
Kamali, we are anticipating to use the same locations that we're using now. It does seem to be working well, and there doesn't seem to be a need to do any consolidation, certainly from a logistics standpoint. And we want to make sure it does provide the level of flexibility for the families that they're currently receiving with that continuity. That's probably a big bridge to have, and we see no advantage to limiting that or expanding it any greater than it is now.
Okay, thank you.
Keith, can I just add that, you know, one of the advantages we did talk about is that right now they rent a certain amount of space, the program. So this, because it is operated by the school, the access to the spaces in the building really open up, and it's less restrictive than if we were to rent space to a program.
Keturah, I guess it's coming back around.
All right. So a couple things. So another question I had is that in the presentation, there was a reference to opportunities for financial support for families. Do those exist now, or would this be a new element if it's in-house?
Greg, you want me to take
Yeah,
that?
so I think the SCDP does offer assistance, and Becky can talk about what the district's model would be.
So Keturah, currently with the preschool, we do offer a free and reduced tuition program. So we would expand that to the extended day program as well. We've also reached out to the state about accepting the vouchers for childcare. And we are in the pipeline, if the school committee does approve us to operate this program, to go ahead and apply for that, for the voucher system. But it is something that we are very well versed in. We did it with our kindergarten program. We've done it with the preschool program. And so we would continue that model and work with families if assistance is needed.
Okay, and is that type of assistance available in the current program? through SEDP? Do we know?
I believe they do offer scholarships to families.
Okay. All right. And then I guess I just, there's a lot of the presentations focused on how there would be access to school resources and expertise. And I think you just mentioned maybe a couple of things, Greg, in one of your recent comments, but I think because this would be such a big change for a lot of families. Could you just maybe shed a little more light on, without, I don't want to pin you down with specifics or anything necessarily, but some of the areas where it would be beneficial to have this, sort of this synergy between school resources and the after school and before school program. I guess I'm a little unclear also on, you mentioned music, maybe coding or something, but, can you just maybe put a little more light on that?
Yeah, I also think
Greg.
that, and Marie can, talk about sometimes the transfer of information from, a student's school day to the extended day. There's a free flow. It's the same staff, so there is an opportunity for conversations around, student strengths, interests, how we can support the student in the extended day program, and again, using some of those resources that we have in terms of our specialists, some of the folks we have in our student support services. And then, I think just in terms of offering a variety of programming, if you look at Shrewsbury's program, it's pretty robust in terms of their enrichment offerings on top of some of their standard offerings that they have. And that, that's something that we're very interested in trying to launch and move forward, and something we've experimented with, but haven't had the capacity to do it well. We think we would be able to. Keith, Becky, or Stephanie, if you want to add.
Greg, yeah, I can share a couple specific examples related to professional learning. Greg mentioned that the employees would have access to our professional learning, and in fact, we would encourage and would reach out. That can range from, this year there's been a significant investment that will be ongoing in social emotional learning, and in not only how we talk about it and how we understand it, but also how we measure and respond. And then we have a director of social emotional learning and all sorts of staff members who can support that. Another example would be all of our work around culturally responsive practices, and thinking about, what does that look like in that much less structured environment, but being able to raise the capacity of the providers. Another specific example would be that we are regularly training staff on de-escalation strategies and on strategies for responding to challenges among students. So those are all just examples of areas where the professional learning opportunities within the district could benefit the employees of the after-school program, and I would say would then be a benefit to the students in the program.
Okay, thank you. My final question is, one of the things that the feasibility study group is going to look into is what were the downsides of bringing it in-house? Were there any downsides that were identified?
Yeah, I think the challenge is that, the downside was really, SEDP has been in the community. We're not, it's not something, having SEDP close its doors is not something that we're thrilled about. I think there has been a strong community investment in trying to make this a great program. So that I think is a downside. I think it's increased work. This is not as if we're just turning a switch, and this is a lot of hard work on our part to really try to bring value add to this program, and we think we can. But it is work. It's an additional responsibility that the district is embarking on. I think that, the downside could be potentially staffing. It's another program that we have to staff in a very difficult, hiring climate. That could be a challenge. So those are some of the things we talked about. But I will share that, the principals, again, a downside would be more responsibility for our principals. So those were some of the, and I wouldn't say it's down, it's just more, a downside is just more work.
Okay, thank you.
Kamali?
To piggyback on that point, I guess I'd ask the principals, what do you think is, some of the highs and lows of this potential decision? If anybody feels willing to share. Okay, thanks, Clayton.
So having been in a variety of roles in the district, and thinking back to my one of my first roles as a behavior specialist, I did a lot of consulting with the program at Finn as well as Kidsborough, which was the competition. And to the point of the professional development, there's a lot that can be done that isn't done with private organizations in schools. And that carryover is vital in terms of consistency of language, consistency of values, consistency of behavioral expectations and supports. And it really helps with consistency for student progress and growth, something that was touched upon in this presentation. And I think back to some of the students that I've worked with in that role and how vital that carryover or the 24/7 global holistic support network that we can only achieve with what we have with the students at the time that we have it, right? Think about the mental health issues that are going on. And Greg had mentioned that, finding counselors now there's an epidemic out there in terms of mental health support. We have our students for a limited amount of time, and to maximize the supports in a consistent and efficient way, I think is really, really important. Right now, there are limitations based on confidentiality and programmatic aspects that prevent us from doing that. It's not to say that it doesn't happen. There are relationships I have and have had and continue to have with Kerry and the extended day staff around student support, but there are hurdles that prevent it from being as consistent and as seamless as was mentioned during the presentation.
Mm-hmm. That's helpful. And would anybody also agree that maybe there are some logistical improvements in terms of knowing where a child is at one period of the day, bus, pickup, drop off, is that something that is kind of a plus or is not really a big deal?
I can speak to that. Can you hear me? I'm actually on my phone. We have a good way of communicating with SEDP right now. But it's an added step. If it was staff within the building, they would already know in the morning whether we've had absentee or dismissal, or we communicate that ongoing throughout the day to our staff. So that would be really beneficial, having staff from within the building. And as Principal Ryan had just said, sorry. There's some information, although we do have really good relationships with SEDP, that information from staff member to staff member could be communicated in a more, while maintaining integrity and confidentiality. It's within our staff to be able to communicate certain information that we don't convey to SEDP for confidentiality reasons.
Roger, if you could just bear with me. And so Kathleen or Principal Valenti, to piggyback on that, and any of the other principals, what about the reverse situation where there's an occurrence at the extended program and that information is relayed back to the daytime school office? And how would we envision handling those, making sure that some rough housing that happened in a play situation doesn't then turn into, you know, some sort of action that affects them during their school day? And the answer would be case by case basis. But could you just kind of like in your professional like opinion, kind of say how you envision that's going to go? Clayton, you're speaking, but we can't hear you.
You're muted, Clayton.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to do American Sign poorly. I just thought maybe. It's funny you mentioned that because Carrie and I are working on just that right now. We have situations with some of our youngest students where there were issues that have happened at the program, and we are collaborating with parent permission in working on that and trying to make sure that there is a separation between what a student does after school in the context of a different program and what goes on for a student in the context of their classroom or their school day. And there can be relational issues, because you know that our students typically see friends throughout the day and an extended day, or RAP or Girl Scouts, wherever it is, where those relationship or those relational issues do become entwined across their entire day in whatever context. So we try to separate that, and the discipline or the consequences or the language or the communication is specific to that domain. And I would foresee something like that continuing throughout a potential adoption of the program.
I agree, Clayton.
Kim, would you mind if I proceed one more? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
And Roger, thank you. I think this one is about a question for you, Greg, and Keith, yourself also, because you'd be overseeing this. How, so as part of the board, you know, as the board, school committee board, I think that one of the things that I would like to see happen is that if this doesn't indeed become like our future programming method, that this be added to your yearly goals, and that the accountability to make sure that the input that we received from the community via the surveys, which, you know, I read all those responses, about 150 plus, that we're making sure that we are indeed doing what we said we were going to do or intend to do. And is that something that you are going to be willing to do, add that to your goals and target, so that we can have some accountability and measurement?
Yeah, I would say absolutely. Greg, you want to start and I can finish?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, if we're going to launch a program, we're going to do it well. We're going to commit to doing it well. And I don't, you know, that's a commitment we have. Whether it's a direction the school committee wants me to have it as my goal, you know, that is something that I would consider. It's something that Keith could consider having as a goal. But I also wanted, if we move forward with this, we're committed to making sure it works well and putting in the effort and the time to make sure that happens. And I think we have that commitment across our leadership team.
And I think that you've done nothing but show that as well. So All right, thank you. Thanks for the time, everyone.
Kim?
I'll cut just a couple of follow-ups. One on what we just talked about. I think putting the program into the strategic plan naturally lends itself to discussing the accountability of it. So I think that we have a good way that we're doing that now. And the reason I raised my hand was sort of a little bit of what Clayton was talking about the separation of can just say struggle for the for incidents that happen at a before after school program and how that sort of interacts with the school. And my question was, is that something that would sort of be defined in the handbook that you're thinking about? And then the second question is Clayton, you're working with Carrie right now to do that presently. Have you done that in the past? Or is this sort of kind of new?
So Carrie and I have had many meetings since her directorship about many different things related to students' support, programming, professional development as it relates to our initiatives like safety care, CPI when I was teaching it. So there is, yeah, I highly respect Carrie and the work that she's done. She's a tremendous resource. And I really enjoy working collaboratively.
And really, I'm sorry, I didn't actually mean Carrie, I just mean like in general.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you just meant as a
sorry, yes,
director. Yeah.
like it just,
yeah.
yes, just like an extended day program, like just trying to envision the difference, right? The difference from having an outside group do this versus in-house. And a lot of what you said really spoke to me. So just trying to dig into that a little bit.
Yeah, I would say, Kim, it's really out of necessity. It's out of necessity and student well-being that relationships like that happen. And I can't just, I'm speaking for myself, but I know Steve, Kathleen, Gary, we would all be doing that because it is required. It's our professional obligation to support our students and to help them in the best way possible. And we've bridged that gap, so to speak, and that there is that gap that we did speak about and you heard about through the presentation. And that's that hurdle that would not exist if we were to adopt the program and have that ability. It would be seamless. It wouldn't be one that we would have to be hesitant towards. Is that,
Thanks.
did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you good, Kim?
Just the one thing, Greg, maybe you can address like the sort of with the handbook sort of
yeah, so
guide everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think there would be clear expectations around programming, discipline. Someone had mentioned that we have a zero tolerance discipline for our district, and that's not true. We do have a progressive discipline system. We would continue some of those practices that happen during the day in our handbook. To be clear, the expectations would be outlined.
Okay, thank you.
Jen?
I have a few questions. Can we guarantee that there, I know you've mentioned that the fees would stay the same. There's no possibility, in terms of if we're not collecting rent, obviously from our program, of a decrease in tuition to families? And is there a way to ensure that that the costs aren't going to be increasing significantly? So that's my first question.
So technically the school committee would need to vote the fees on an annual basis. So that is part of the school committee's responsibility, because it is setting the fee rate structure. I will share that technically it is a decrease in fees to a family next year, because rates aren't increasing. So it's holding steady to this year's rates.
Okay, thanks. Another question I have is in terms of, we've touched upon this also a little bit, but in terms of metrics for success, so how will we know if the program, and I think as part of that, will there be a way to bring parent feedback into the evaluation process of what's being suggested, and what happens if things don't work out the way that it's hard to staff, or that it's too much work? What happens then?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm confident that it will work. I wouldn't be recommending something where I thought there was a high likelihood that it wouldn't be successful. I would say that with any provider, whether it's an outside provider or an internal provider, I think there's risk. So I think the district has stability. I think we can hire. We're not afraid of doing the work. I think if we have the right director, that person's going to flourish in our operation because of the resources and access that he or she may have. If it fails, what are the reasons? Some of the reasons it might not work. I'm confident that it will. All of the districts that we spoke with have had great success rate, great participation from the community, and part of it is convenience. It's in the schools. It's not another transition for a student. So I'm confident, and the numbers that we used for projections were very conservative from a financial model.
Okay, and then my final, actually have two, I wanted to bring two things up, but I guess my final main comment is, obviously there's a lot of emotion in the community about the Southborough Extended Day program and the meaning it has for families. I think all of us here have heard those sentiments from families. We've heard the phrase, if it's not broken, why fix it? So I'm wondering if you just have really kind of a core response to how you would respond to that question, and how we really are considering, the survey and all of these other pieces of information and emails and notes that parents have sent. And I know we've heard from both sides too. It's not just one group, but if you could maybe speak a little bit to that. And but before you do that, I did want to also maybe suggest that if we could clarify the audience share portion a little bit, because I know several people have been asking if we can hold vote until comments, if the questions about back and forth. And I know we do this fairly frequently in terms of outlining what audience share is, but that might be helpful because we have quite a few people listening who I think would benefit from hearing our policy on audience sharing.
What is your question about audience sharing? I had planned to say a little more about audience sharing before the second one, but is your question to,
I guess, just to let parents and community
to hold the vote until the second audience sharing?
I mean, I'm seeing people ask that and see if that's a possibility for us to be able to hear parent comments first. And I don't know if outlining our policy in general, because I know for a lot of people, it probably doesn't make sense, or it doesn't seem to make sense for them to have to speak and then us not respond. So I don't know if it would be helpful for us to clarify in general, how school committees typically handle audience sharing, just to clear that up. So I guess those are two pieces. Yes, but several people are asking about whether or not we can hear audience comments before votes.
Yeah, and I'll just share that the chat for those people who shared in audience sharing, for some reason they have access to the chat because when we promoted them as panelists. So I just want to be clear that the chat really is only for basically the chat feature is supposed to be turned off. I just want to share that information. In terms of your question, Jennifer, around what is the argument for for why the change, that there's such a high positivity rate at Southborough Extended Day. I think Southborough Extended Day program has served the community well. I think the district can continue having parents have a key role in providing this after-school care and before-school program and an advisory role. And I think this is what we do for work. This is our area of expertise, caring for kids. We have a tremendous amount of resources that we can bring to bear to a program that many other organizations just don't have. There's just as much, I think there's a lot of questions around what if the district can't run the program, and I think, every day parents entrust their children with us. And I think Southborough Public Schools is an exceptional school system, not perfect, but we do a great job. And I think we can do an exceptional job with the extended day program and truly use our resources to provide students what they need in the program before and after school. And I think, the seamless opportunities to communicate and provide professional development and link what we do and the language we use in terms of working with students would be seamless. So I think the advantages that I shared in the presentation are the reason why I'm recommending moving forward.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back to the audience sharing issue. It would be, I guess it would be outside of policy. Well, I guess there's a couple of possibilities here. Move this to a vote if there aren't any more comments. If it's the will of the committee to hear any other audience sharing comments now that we're through with the presentation, I guess tell me. And I can figure out a way to do that. Putting you on the spot because I'm going to be on the spot here in violating policy, all right? Kim?
I'm going to defer to Katura first.
Say that again? Okay.
I'm going to defer to Katura first.
Well, wait a minute. You know what? In fairness, we should defer to Jen first.
Okay, Jen first. I'll go third.
This was opened by Jen. What do you want?
Yeah, I mean, I guess my question is, are we able to do that? I think it is valuable to get feedback. People feel pretty passionately about this. I would like to hear comments.
Let me just say that whether we're able to do it or not, it's really outside of policy. If the committee would like it done, I will do it.
Can't somebody make a motion to just move?
Well, this is not this is not something that we vote on to do this.
But couldn't we vote on it to just move the audience, move L up in the agenda?
No, let's just.
All right.
Let's just decide. Jen, you're saying
I would like to hear it. I'm all for hearing more.
Jen, you'd like to hear it. Kim, you'd like to hear it.
Kamali, yes.
I'm sorry.
Kamali, yes.
Yeah, I would like to hear it also, Katura.
Yep, that's what I was going to say.
All right, now I want to make a comment about about audience sharing. So I'll do it now. I've actually had audience sharing on the brain now, as I'm sure that some of you had for the last few weeks. I'll make a joke about it now and then, but I think it's hopefully pretty obvious when I'm just trying to be humorous, even if it's bad humor. We were in a workshop yesterday, last night for a couple of hours, and probably half of it was devoted to public comment and how to make this process better, because we're all trying to make this process better. We've been in policy meetings, policy subcommittee meetings where, we might have multiple things on the agenda, and the whole agenda has been taken up recently by how to make public comment better. So we are very, very sincere about how we can make this work, because public comment is very important and we want to hear it. Now, I do need to say this, however. Anytime I let anybody talk past 3 minutes, that's breaking policy. Then hopefully we'll come out with a new policy that allows for that. But the current policy is nobody speaks for over 3 minutes. So when I allowed Catherine to read the document, because I had seen it in email, and I thought it was important, that she have a chance to present that to the community. If I'm fired for breaking policy, I guess so be it. But I thought it was extremely important, to hear everything that she had to say. As I said, she had sent it in an email this morning, so I had seen it, and I thought it was important. Hopefully, when we get through some policy changes, we'll be able to do some of those kinds of things without breaking policy. All right. On the other hand, we have to make sure that the entire meeting doesn't get taken up with public comment, and that's why the idea of limiting, certain comments to enable as many people as possible to speak, and still not have the meeting focused just on public comment, because there are other ways to communicate with the school committee and with the district, and email is a very good way to do it. I think in most every case, these emails are answered. And I would just like to say, the earlier the better. For example, I don't want to necessarily use this as the specific issue, but there's some issues like this. It's known for months, when the presentation is going to take place. So I encourage people to send in their questions and comments early, so that we can take more time to evaluate them than trying to do things last minute, for example. But we are very, very, very serious about getting public comment from as many people as possible, and still enable that to be integrated effectively in a school committee meeting without just extending the length of the meeting and the focus of the meeting and the purpose of the meeting, beyond what it was intended to do. So that said, I guess we will do it now, because I think people are interested in doing it now, hearing what other folks have to say. I would ask you, there were only a couple people that had comments earlier. If you've already said something, please don't feel that saying it again is of any benefit. We heard it. And I'm going to flip over to the attendees so I can actually tell how many folks would like to make a comment. I see 4. that fair enough? Because that'll help me judge, how long is reasonable to have folks speak. So I'm not sure who's controlling the access, but now I see.
I think it might be
now I see-
5, Roger.
Now I see 6. Well, maybe I can't see. I'm now up to 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So whoever is controlling the promoting, Mr. Rose, would you please promote him? How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak. I will keep to my 3 minutes. I have
Okay.
3 points, so give me a minute. 3 points, so please give me a minute for each. One, I'm a little dismayed that every point that you made as a bonus or whatever we called it, an enhancement, being an enrichment program or something, which was exactly what every survey and every parent thing said was they were not interested in. We're trying to add things to a program where our kids just want to have a good time. So I'm very disappointed that we were not listened to. 2, if I heard it correctly, I'm appalled that there was a line item in this budget that there was a profit margin between $90,000 and $250,000. When did Extended Day and the money from the taxpayers who are already paying 75 cents on the dollar become a profit center for the town? If you're going to approve this and move it forward, that needs to be strongly looked at, that this should be, there's a reason that SEDP is a nonprofit organization. We should not be making money on the town on the people who need it the most, with people at Extended Day. And item 3, Mr. Chowan, you made a comment quickly that, we should have had comments in earlier on this. I present that this is the first time we're hearing the study that everyone is hearing for the first time is now. There's nothing to comment on until we see the study. So now is our first chance to really comment on the study that's being done. It hasn't been made public before. It's my understanding, like every other board in town, you are not obligated to vote on this right now. I would encourage and request that you postpone this vote till the next meeting, study the actual information like any other board would do properly and intentionally, see what's really in it, see if it's really feasible. All you're seeing is a presentation. My understanding is you haven't seen any of these reports or studied any of these facts yourselves. I encourage you to do that before taking any action that has this severe consequence of killing a program and changing something in the town somewhat permanently. So again, I think that's my 3 minutes. I encourage you to postpone this vote until at least next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Primick, I think, is next up, at least on the list I see. Would you please promote Mr. Primick?
Hopefully you can hear me. Roger, thank you. I wanted just to ask, I know that this was just a presentation. We didn't see kind of line item true financials in this. The thing I was trying to understand from Greg's presentation, I am, for what's worth, on the SEDP board. I agree with what Katie said earlier. We'll respect whatever's decided. We obviously would like SEDP to continue. What I don't exactly understand, though, is if the fees are going to stay the same, and I'll note that summer camp wasn't raised in there. SEDP summer camp is very low cost compared to others that's not mentioned. I'd like to hear, hopefully, Greg address whether those fees will stay the same. But if the fees are going to stay the same, and the idea is to basically have the same staff, which I assume we're not going to cut all their salaries, but then we're going to take existing school resources. Greg, for example, mentioned music teacher, maybe teaching a music program, an art teacher teaching an art program. That's more money for those people. They'll, I'll assume, have to get paid more. I don't know if the principals are going to have additional, or other staff is going to have additional work put onto them. I guess what I'm trying to understand is how the assumption, because I do know SEDP's financials and I do know what our tuition is, which is to say, and I know what our enrollment is. I don't quite understand how those extra costs are being accounted for, if they're being accounted for. I've heard the term conservative accounting a lot based on the financials I know of this program. And this is basically taking the SEDP program, and just giving it new management or new ownership, essentially. Because again, the inputs are the same. I don't quite see where that money is. I do see a lot of new costs that are potentially being introduced here. And that's all I wanted to say. I do think that the board should actually look at the real costs here and not just kind of take the word that there's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars to, to fix buildings.
Thank you. Would you, next up looks like Alan Belniak. Could you promote him, please?
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am going to best use my 3 minutes, so here I go. Firstly, I echo Mr. Rose's and Dan's comments. Secondly, this free flow of information and offering of programs that Greg alluded to earlier, it's portrayed that this is the only way this can happen is if the program is brought in-house. What's to stop this from happening now with the existing SEDP program? It didn't sound like, it's making it sound like it can't happen. Second is if there's a surplus on the order of $250,000, or put another way, $250,000 is expected or could be expected, and if the idea is to put the money back into the after-school program, there should really be some open transparency into how that surplus is applied to anyone who wants to see that, to ensure that that surplus is applied to SEDP projects and SEDP projects only, since that's where that revenue is coming from. Another one was, and this is a bit dismaying to me, there was a mention of a draft handbook in development that Greg was talking about right around the time we're looking at the holidays on the screen. To me, this was positioned as a feasibility study with presumably no decision made yet. The creation of a draft handbook highly infers that a decision has been made. Also, and to echo what others have said, it seems forceful and hasty, to put it mildly, that to actually vote on this in one night, seeing this information for the first time, a dozen plus slides, seemingly a pretty detailed financial calculus, hearing some deliberation and audience sharing, and then voting on it. I echo the idea to vote on next meeting. And then lastly, not pertain to SEDP, but pertain to audience sharing. This 3 minutes comments only, no way to ask a question. This isn't public comment. If you actually want a response, you have to email someone and then you get back a response. That's a private comment. There's no way for others to benefit from the response that's given. I understand completely the idea to kind of contain this so it doesn't go sideways. And believe me, I respect that, that decision, but 3 minutes, audience sharing, one time only, comment only, maybe you get a response in email. I know I had to chase my response in email to get it. It just seems a little bit tough. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Up next, Kristin, is it LeVal? Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes, you are. Thank you. I will try also to keep it concise. I obviously agree with all of the previous speakers. First, I will just want to say that there was an implication at some point, and I don't recall by whom, that you were the experts, and so you were best in place to make this decision. But quite frankly, I've spent 9 years with SEDP, more with my kids. So frankly, I consider myself an expert on my kids' after-school childcare. I imagine most of you probably don't have kids in SEDP, and I don't know if you have had kids in SEDP as long as some of us have. So please give us that respect and appreciate what we've offered on the survey. Second, I agree. I urge that we hold off on the vote tonight. I'm kind of flabbergasted that the people that are paid for this program use this program and who feel so strongly about it. In tonight's presentation, all of that feedback seemed to be greatly ignored. Second to last point, I'm not looking for extension of school into after school care. Most of the students there don't have that. And so therefore, I'm not necessarily looking for that. I kind of like the separation of school and then going into a different environment with different people, with less of a focus on maybe some of the things that they are working on. If they want that additional, I guess, activity, coding, whatever, there's plenty of opportunities, amongst others, RAP. And I don't really want to create, honestly, competition with recreation in that regard. I spoke earlier about how great that relationship was between the two. And the last thing I'm going to say is that we're in a pandemic. We have no idea where this is going. And I'm not trying to pull a low blow, but we're still struggling with things like the buses at the beginning of every year. So after so many years of this program being in place, why in the arguably worst time ever to implement change to the school systems, to our teachers, to our students, would we be doing this? So I'm going to end with this question, and I know you have no obligation to answer it, but I want to know, Mr. Martineau, yes or no. If we did not take this in-house, would we be facing legal issues because of the RFP process? Thank you.
I need to jump in regarding this question and answer situation. I'm not really, I'm not willing to violate the policy that much. This is a public comment section. I appreciate people would like to have questions answered. We've mentioned in the past that the effective way to get a question answered is through an email or even a phone call. And if we open this, if we create this allowing question and answering, and all of a sudden we've created precedent, we have to continue to do it. I'm not willing to allow that. And I appreciate the fact people would like to get immediate feedback, but that's not what public comment is intended for. Are there still hands up? So I believe I'm down to Kristin at this point in time in the list. The list that I go from top to bottom.
Christine?
Correct.
Okay. Christine, I'm sorry, Christine. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking down. I was looking further down to Kristin. Christine,
Hi.
yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Christine Raylander, 6 Moulton Road. I am an SEDP board member, so just want to put that out there. Actually, just recently joined the board because I'm very passionate about everything that's going on around the program. I'd just like to ask the school committee to think about what in the presentation that we saw makes bringing the program in-house markedly different from what we have today. And also obviously stand by Katie's comments at the beginning around the board stance, that obviously if the decision is made, we would continue to work with the school as needed because it would be needed at that point. But I'm fully supportive of SEDP staying a nonprofit organization. As a parent in the district of 2 children, as a former alumni of the school district myself, and a former employee of SEDP, the value of the program as it is today is wonderful for the families. And I just would ask the school committee to really look at what the true difference and the true benefit of bringing it in-house would be. I didn't really see anything tonight that would make me jump out of my chair to make this change. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And Kristin?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm Kristin Petrowitz. I live on 16 Mitchell Street. I too am a board member of SEDP and echo all of the comments made by those preceding me. There are just a few points that I want to make that made me pause during the presentation, so I want to share those for your consideration. Top of the list is the generating and maximizing revenue is a concern. I too had a child in the program, and certainly the flexibility of the program, the finance was important to us. Also want to raise the concern of ratios and considering safety of the program as you think about maybe expanding the program and including more children. There is the concern of safety. Also, quarterly advisory meetings may sound appropriate, but I think that is short-sighted. Having served on the board for many, many years, that is certainly not going to be sufficient to run a successful program along with the executive director, business manager, and staff. The additional access to resources, is that really true, given that many of the staff leave at the end of the school day and extended day is before and after school care? Hiring staff is not easy. Again, this is a program that operates on off hours, and hiring staff can be very challenging. So I just want to mention that as well. Again, to echo what Christine said before me, which is really weighing the pros and the cons of the study, the results, and whether or not this is the appropriate action to take certainly needs to be considered. And again, with those that preceded me, is taking a vote the appropriate action to take at this point in time? Thank you for your time.
Okay, it looks like everyone has had a chance to speak. So Alan, your hand is still up. Are you looking, you can promote, and no, thank you very much. All right, Greg, I would like to ask a question, if I might, let me flip over because I see Kim's hand up, but let me ask a question, or ask you to do something for me. So can you, I guess, remind or update the school committee what the current situation is? I'm not explaining this very well. Under what conditions is SEDP operating today? And if the district does not take the program in-house, what would the next step be? I believe it goes out to RFP again. So could you just remind the committee what the conditions are, what effectively would happen, what we'd be in for, so that everybody on the committee can understand that and perhaps ask any questions of you that they have?
Sure. So Becky, do you want to explain if we were to go back out and procure services for extended day? Becky, do you want to explain that process? And I'll just comment that as much as, I know people don't always like when we mention procurement law and the process, but that is the process that is set forth in terms of procuring services. And it's very, it's an outline procedure and process, and the rules are the rules. And that's the process that we would go through. And Becky, do you want to explain what that would look like?
Sure. We would once again need to issue a request for proposals. And so as you recall, that is a process where we would notify potential bidders through the state and through postings in the newspaper about our process. We would need to put together a very prescribed RFP document. And at the end of the procurement process, we would receive bids. We would receive a non-price proposal and a price proposal. And we would evaluate, first of all, the non-price proposal documents first and rank the vendors based on that. And then after that, we would open the price proposals and compare those based on our ranking of who rose to the top in the non-price proposals. At the end of the day, if all things are equal, we would need to award the bid to the vendor who provided the highest rental income to the district, or we would need to have a very compelling argument based on the non-price proposal submissions that would really differentiate, awarding it to someone who was not the highest bidder. So that it's a very prescribed process that has been outlined by the state and is regulated, through Chapter 30B.
Does anyone have any questions about this to Becky or to Greg on the committee? Keturah.
I do. So while we're on the topic, so how long does that process take? Would there be enough time? I mean, the way I understand it is SEDP is lined up to provide the services through the end of this year and camp through the summer. Would there be enough time to even go through that process before the beginning of next year? Or what does the timing look like right now?
So there would be enough time for us to go out to bid. Now we would need to start that process right away. We did start it in March of last year and we found that that was not early enough. So we would need to start that right away in order to have a vendor in place for the beginning of the next school year.
Is that it, Katura? You're mute.
Yes, I'm all set. Thanks.
Muted, I should say. All right, Kamali.
Thank you.
Stephanie, if there's a list for the metrics or the comparison chart that you need to make between the price proposals and the non-price proposals, and can you send us that link or point me to it? In terms of, you said that so first step is to get the non-price proposals. Second step is set the price proposals. Then you compare them. And only if there is a compelling reason why the non-priced one is better than the priced ones, would we move forward that way? Is there some sort of checklist that that Massachusetts provides for that?
Unfortunately, there isn't, because it really is based on each district's unique needs. So, but you do need to, there are certain things that you need to make sure that you are following. You need to have rating points that are following, like I'm sure we've all heard of like the SMART goals, you know, where they have to be very specific. We have to be able to show, you know, that they're measurable. And so that's how we actually set about doing the ratings on the non-price proposal. And then we also have to be very clear when we're defining what it is that we're comparing for the price proposal. It can't be open to interpretation. It has to be very black and white.
Molly, you good?
That's all, thank you.
Kim?
Questions for Becky. One is, when you reference 30B, can you just share everybody what that is?
So that's Mass General Law, Chapter 30B, and that does regulate the procurement for municipalities.
And then the second question is, we would need to start the RFP process like now. Do you mean December 2021 versus January 2022? Like, or?
We would need to start working on the documents and putting that together for review. And then we would probably have to go out, I would say, in January. It does have to be published, as I mentioned. I believe it's 2 weeks that it needs to be published in certain publications. And we do have to provide adequate time, obviously, for the vendors to reply to the RFP process. So it's normally about I would say 3 to 4 week turnaround time that we would give to the vendors to provide their responses.
Okay, thanks.
Katura, I see you.
So I don't know if this is the appropriate time to do this, but I do feel like this was a lot of information, and I feel like we haven't had sort of this level of public sentiment since we were talking about the pandemic in the early days. So I'm just going to float something out there for discussion, but I don't know if this even requires a motion, but I think I would like to personally postpone the vote until January, just to give us some time to digest the information that came in tonight, and just get a better handle on this decision. So I don't know if I need to make a motion to postpone or if it's just a matter of putting that out there, but
let me suggest, well, first of all, let me suggest a different approach. I don't think, I'm not sure how we deal with I'm thinking about indefinite postponement and things like that. So
right.
If once everybody makes their comments, I'll go ahead and execute an approach. Let's say that. Any other comments from the board?
Yeah.
Did you say, yeah? Okay, Kamali.
This is Kamala, yes. I would suggest that we have a special meeting just to go back, or just to have this topic voted on. So not just that we have postponed the vote, but that during that vote meeting, we actually have questions that maybe we have sent to the leadership, that they have those responded, and then we have the vote. So to have its own special meeting. Yeah, that's my comment, thanks.
Kim.
I actually agree with Kamali. If we don't vote tonight, let's do a special meeting. But I have two other questions. One is probably to Becky. Like, would all of the expenses related to before and after care program, would we get those sort of monthly like we get everything else?
So this would actually go through the school committee warrant process. It would be established as a revolving fund through the district. So any payroll, any expenses would go through the school committee's warrant process. We could prepare a statement if it was something that the committee did want to see, in I guess a one-page document versus through the warrants.
And when you did the research with the other districts, the sort of the bottom line revenue minus expenses was semi-comparable to the other districts?
Yes.
And are we privy to what the bottom line was for Southborough Extended Day?
Those are public records. You get access to those.
Okay.
Can I just also make a comment too? So I think in the presentation, a couple of the folks who in audience sharing, I just want to make sure clarify some points that were made that I don't feel are necessarily accurate. The first is we needed to create a financial model based on some data that we had. We did use the data from that we received from SEDP's financials, as well as a few other programs. And in the revenue range from $90,000 to $250,000. That's just a model that we used. We're not, the goal is not to generate a tremendous amount of revenue. The goal is to make sure we cover our operational costs. But that is based on the financial modeling we received and plugging it into the formulas. That was the result. That would be a decision for the school committee to determine what revenue or how much it would want to bring in terms of covering costs. The second correction I'd like to make is that enrichment opportunities were opportunities for parents and families to choice into. It's not the basis of a program. It's that there are many families who don't access the extended day program who would love to choice into enrichment programs. And this extended day program is one opportunity to build capacity around that. It's not that this is the basis, this is the cornerstone of an extended day program, but rather this is another choice for many families who might want that choice. And again, it would be an opportunity for families if they so chose to participate in the programming. I just thought it was important to make those two clarifying points, Roger.
Oh, I'm glad you did. I had some concerns about, well, anyway, I'm glad you did. So it looks like, Kim, you're still there. Your hand is up. It's not up. Jen.
I just wanted to say I agreed with Kamali that I think postponing and having a special meeting, I wanted to add to that is that, I think we need to have this discussion kind of in a public forum, and there was a lot of information presented today, as opposed to just individual emails back and forth. I think it would be helpful to have that information done in a public way, like a special meeting. The other thing I just wanted to highlight and emphasize again, this has been mentioned, but this is not a vote for, and I know there are a lot of people who have like passionate views about which program, et cetera, but this, a no vote isn't a vote for Southborough Extended Day. It's a vote for not bringing the program in-house. So I just wanted to reiterate that, even though I think probably most people understand.
Yeah, I do think that's an important clarification. So, Kamali, your hand's still up and you're muted.
Yes. I just wanted to say that to Greg and all the principals and the assistant principals, as I listened to all of your comments today, I did hear you say that you wanted this program to entail fun and that there be a distinction from the type of academic environment they have in the day versus what they have in the afternoon. So I want to just let you know that I did hear that. And secondly, I wanted to say that I did not hear you disrespect any parents by alluding to your educational experience being or expertise being of any value higher or different than what it is to that parent's perspective. So I just want to make sure that you know that that interpretation wasn't received by me and for some of the others that were probably listening to the call. What I took away from it was that you were saying that there are some skill sets and training, et cetera, that you have that you can apply and use to benefit the program and an offering. And that doesn't discount any value that parents and staff members and people that we potentially hire, people that have worked in the past, that they offer. Thank you.
Other questions or comments from committee members? So I think we need to put a motion on the floor. I don't, and I'm going to put the motion on the floor to take a vote on this. I think people understand that if a motion receives no seconds, that it doesn't get acted on, at least tonight. So the motion I would put on the floor is that we support the Public Schools of Southborough recommendation that it operate a comprehensive before and after school care program as presented by the district this evening. Does it receive a second? I'm listening, and it does not receive a second, so that motion dies for this evening. At this point, I think that we're probably done with this discussion this evening, and we should move forward to the next agenda item. And thank everyone in the audience for your comments. And I thank Greg and his team for the work they've done on this to date and all of the comments that have come from the district staff and from the school committee members. So what is next? Is that the space needs analysis final report? Greg, you're on mute.
Yes, so at the November meeting, RLS demographers presented their populations and school enrollment projections report. And I also presented the Public Schools of Southborough grade level configuration evaluation. After consulting with the town's capital planning school research subcommittee and looking at the data, we did go back to the demographer and ask for a couple changes. Those changes specifically were to use known data for birth rates in 2020, as well as enrollment data for 21. So the demographer did go back and update his report. As a result, I went back and updated the grade level configuration evaluation. I will share that the changes to the demographer's report did not change the grade configure evaluation in terms of the different scenarios. The scenario still held up based on the new data. So in your packet is the updated report from RLS demographics, as well as the grade level configuration evaluation. And I wanted to make sure that was in the hands of the committee members. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have none. I've seen that. Whoop, Kamali.
It's not a question so much as to say, like, I feel better. I have better confidence now that we've had them go back and make these up, do the recalculations. I think that after meeting with them in the previous school committee meeting where they gave the presentation, and I think it was Trottier that had lots of follow-up questions. This new report, I feel much more confident in the validity of it and the calculations behind it. So it was work, but I think it's worthwhile.
I agree, 100%. Historically, I don't think committees have gone through this process and this is really very important. And I do think that revisiting the process and asking them to revisit it, I think at least gave me a lot of confidence that I didn't have at the beginning. We are off to NASDAQ.
Yes, so in your packet is the enrollment data as of December 1st, 2021. And currently we are at 1,147 students. And we have a difference of -1 student in terms of month-to-month variance. And also in your packet is the 21-22 enrollment projection report from NASDAQ. And again, this is great data for us to triangulate with the RLS demographic report, as well as actual enrollment. So this is important as we move forward in terms of the budget process and look at enrollment trends for fiscal year 23. And I'd be happy to answer any questions about the enrollment report.
Katura?
Thanks. I guess I'm just wondering do we know why their projection for pre-K is 49 when we currently have 62? Because I think, don't we typically have a waiting list and we max out?
Yeah, I can follow up on that, Katura. I think they, I don't know the answer to that. I can follow up with them. But anything that you notice in terms of the NASDAQ report that it doesn't seem accurate, they're great about updating and fine tuning the report.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
I know we did correct the North in prior years. The Northborough pre-K enrollment was included in the Southborough number, so that has been corrected with this report. But I will follow up. All right. So if there are no questions, next we'll move on to the monthly general fund expenditure report, and I'll turn it over to Becky.
So during the month of November, the finance team continued to review the budget line items and we made adjustments as needed. As of the end of November, we had just under $582,000 or 2.68% remaining on the bottom line for fiscal year 23. In comparison, as of November 30th, 2020, we had $620,770 or 2.92% remaining. We continue to trend very closely to the previous fiscal year. And many of the changes from last month's report relate to staffing changes that have occurred due to resignations or transfers of staff. And we have also made sure to encumber funds for any open positions that we anticipate filling in the very near future. At this time, I have no concerns with the fiscal year 22 budget, and I welcome any questions.
I see none. Do you need a vote to approve the FY 22 monthly general fund expenditure report as of, what is it?
November 30th.
As of November 30th until audited? I'll entertain that motion. Do I hear such?
So moved, Kim.
So moved by Kim. Is there a second?
Second, Katura.
Second by Katura. Any discussion? If not, it'll be a roll call vote. Jen,
Yes.
Katura,
Yes.
Kamali,
Yes.
Kim,
Yes.
I vote yes. That's unanimous. Greg?
The next in your packet is the FY 23 through FY 29 capital plan, and I'll just highlight the FY 22 column. The intention is to move forward with the mill and paving of the parking lot at Finn. And there is Trottier, but one of the conversations we've had is doing one site to a larger degree than parsing out the expenditure across multiple sites. So Finn is the site that we'll be focusing in on, and Keith LeVal has been working on getting competitive bids and lining that project up for this summer. And also in your packet are the FY 23 budget priorities and budget calendar, which is part of the budget presentation. So I will skip over those. And lastly, on the superintendent's report is the FY 23 preliminary budget presentation. So I will share my screen. All right, so I'm pleased this evening to present the FY 2023 preliminary budget. And this is just a overview of some of the work that we've accomplished and where we are in terms of the preliminary budget. I will say it's early on in the budget season, and there's a lot of work to move forward with. So in terms of our budget process, it's really driven by our statement of vision and mission. And our mission is quite simple. It's educate, inspire, and challenge all students. And our vision really centers around the work we did with the portrait of the graduate and really making sure our students are ready for the next grade level transition in schools or college and career, and making sure they're collaborators, critical and creative thinkers, communicators, socially and civically engaged, growth-oriented, and healthy and balanced. In terms of the budget process, so the budget process starts early on in September, and we really review budget priorities and work with the school committee to think about its budget goals, but also really review the strategic plan and the strategic objectives and think about what we want to accomplish in the fiscal year. In October, principals really do a lot of work with their faculty and staff. The directors do work creating their budgets, and then all that data is provided to the finance team, and Becky and the finance team synthesize that information and create an initial or preliminary budget. In November, the school committee typically approves budget priorities, the capital plan, and then the operational budget subcommittee begins its work and really starts talking about the fiscal context and the landscape across the town and the state. In December, typically the preliminary budget is presented to the school committee, and then we have ongoing budget review and revisions with the operational budget subcommittee. And we also have meetings with the town administrator select board on a bi-weekly basis to make sure that we're communicating and sharing information in terms of the budgets. In January and February, the superintendent's recommended budget is presented to the school committee. And then we present information to the Southborough Financial Advisory. And then in March, finally, we hold a public hearing. And then we bring the budget to the voters at the Southborough town meeting, which is scheduled for Saturday, March 26, 2022. In terms of some of the budget variables we're seeing this year, specifically, there are three. Two of them are typical in a budget process for a school system. The first is Chapter 70 funding and new legislation. With the Student Opportunity Act, there was increased funding for out-of-district student transportation for special education. So that number is a number we're waiting to see if there's an increase, and also to see what Chapter 70 funding will be funded at. And typically we have a good idea when the governor releases his initial budget at the end of January. Out-of-district special education funding is also an unknown. And again, we usually learn that percentage in late January or early February. And this year, a new factor that we're really concerned about is inflation. We are seeing rising costs in goods and services, and that inflation is something that we are concerned about moving forward as we think about the fiscal year 23. In terms of the school committee approved budget priorities, I think that it's important to review these. These are really important when we go through the budget process because it helps the district leadership team and principals to prioritize expenditures when there are a limited number of resources. So the first priority is to fund high priority items as identified in Vision 2026, Educate, Inspire, and Challenge, as well as what has been identified by school councils and building principals. Another priority is to implement innovative instructional practices that engage in students' development and developing and demonstrating their skills, knowledge through rigorous, innovative, and relevant learning experiences. Another budget priority is to make sure students have access to challenging and culturally responsive learning experiences that meet their individual needs, prioritize social, emotional, and physical well-being of students and staff, and demonstrate continual growth through professional collaboration and development to support best practices and programs. Continued maintain and improve sustainable, efficient, attractive, and well-maintained schools. Maintain student-to-teacher ratio by using the class size policy as a guide, and sustain a multi-year technology cycle of renewal, growth, and maintenance. And then lastly, we are a human resources organization. The greatest asset we have are people. So it's recruit, maintain, and support high-quality staff, to expand instructional leadership, to ensure consistent implementation of teaching and learning, and to increase opportunities for teaching and learning, coaching, and just-in-time professional learning. So in terms of the budget process, we always begin by looking at fiscal year 22. So the appropriated budget amount was $21,734,434. And the initial budget requests from the principals and directors totaled $23,874,468, which represented a 9.85% increase over fiscal year 22. So we did look at reductions, and we were able to apply circuit breaker, as well as a few other reductions, which totaled a little over $1,100,000, which brings the preliminary budget to $22,767,000, $22,767,484 for a 4.75% increase. And that is where the preliminary budget is today. In terms of budget increases, we're seeing an increase in instructional hardware, maintenance of grounds, buildings and grounds. We went through the procurement process for a few services, which resulted in an increase. We're seeing an increase in collaborative tuitions. Then lastly, a majority is salary increases in COLAs. So the total budget increases is $1,033,050. We do have budget offsets with a preliminary budget. So we had FY22 circuit breaker special education reimbursement offset of a little under $1 million. FY22 circuit breaker special education transportation reimbursement offset. So this was as a result of the Student Opportunity Act and receiving reimbursement from special education out of district transportation. And lastly, we did see an offset from educator retirements of a little over $92,000, and the total is $1,106,984. So this evening, the preliminary FY23 budget stands at $22,767,484, which represents a 4.75 increase. What is not included in this budget are some requests of new positions that principals and directors asked for. And I think it's important to highlight these. The first request was for reading tutors, which totaled a 2.0 FTE, an ELD tutor, which is a 1.0 increase, special education teacher, 1.5, a human resources generalist, which would be shared with Northborough as well as the region to make a a full-time position across the 3 districts, but Southborough's portion is 0.3. BCBA is again a 0.3 shared across the 3 districts, so shared with Northborough and the region. And lastly, it was requested a 0.5 team chairperson. So the total FTE requests that are not included in this preliminary budget are 5.6 FTEs. So in terms of the next step of the process, so the leadership team is meeting to continue to think about what the team's priorities are and what it hopes to accomplish through the budget process. Some unknowns are folks who may be retiring, so we're keeping a close eye on that, and we have some potential retirements that are there that we have to wait to learn more about, but that is information that will be helpful as we move forward and just continue the conversations and get greater clarity in terms of the numbers and increases in, for example, increasing costs and paper and so forth. And we'll get us closer to a recommended budget. So the next step is for the Southborough leadership team to meet, to identify priorities, identify where we can capture additional savings, and then also prioritize positions that we want to consider adding to the preliminary budget. So that is the preliminary budget, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide any clarity.
Katura.
Thank you for that presentation. Could you just remind me what collaborative tuitions, is that Assabet? Or
So that's our asset. So we are a member of Assabet Valley Collaborative.
Yeah.
So some of our students, they have specialized programs. So some of our students attend those specialized programs.
Yes, okay. And so that's $85,000 more than what we currently are paying.
Correct. And I will share that Marie and the Student Support Services team does an excellent job. Assabet Valley Collaborative has some excellent programs that are really cost effective compared to some of the private outside out of district programs. So Marie has done a nice job with her team trying to maximize placements there versus independent private placements, because those are really costly.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Other questions? I know this is a work in process, but thank you very much for that. I don't see any other hands up. So I think that really ends your report, right, Greg?
Yes, that concludes the superintendent's report.
Certainly, if you wanted to excuse the principals so that they could get home early, I put that in quotes. I don't think any committee members would object. I don't want to speak for them, but feel free to, if you wish. Next, we're going to end up moving on to educational policy, which there is none. No policy development, and we would then move on to personnel items.
So in your packet is the personnel report as of December 8th, 2021. And we continue to have some moving personnel and shifting personnel. But happy to answer any questions about the personnel report.
I see none.
Can I just clarify, did we say the principals could leave?
Yeah.
Well, Greg has that.
Well, I'm concerned for their safety. That the roads look pretty slick out there, so hopefully they have their winter tires on. Yes.
Yeah, that's always up to Greg.
Yes, so absolutely. So thank you, principals. Have a good night.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Take care.
Communications, none at this time. The workshop was very good last night. Action on the minutes. We've got the minutes of the special meeting on October 27th, 2021, and action on the minutes of the open meeting on November 8th, 2021. Did anyone have any proposed changes?
No.
So I would basically entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the Southborough special meeting of October 27th, 2021 as printed. Is there a so moved?
So moved.
By Katura, seconded by
Second by Kamali.
Kamali. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Jen,
Yes.
Kim,
Yes.
Kamali,
Yes.
Katura.
Yes.
I vote yes, that's unanimous. I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the open meeting of the Southborough School Committee on November 8th, 2021.
So moved by Kim.
Kim, so moved, seconded by
I'll second. Jen.
Jen. Roll call vote. Katura,
Yes.
Kamali,
Yes.
Kim,
Yes.
Jen,
Yes.
and I vote yes, that's unanimous. We've got the agenda items for next month so far would be the recommended budget presentation and the English learners presentation. Anything else you have in mind, Greg, or
I think we'll have.
Anyone else has in mind? We'll talk about the SEDP situation, or I should say we should really talk about it. I phrased that wrong. The extended
Before
day
and
before
after
and after
care.
school care program feasibility, right? We'll talk about that in a minute. As far as special meeting And I'm not sure that we set that tonight anyway. So any other items for the agenda for next month that anyone would like to put on the table now? You certainly have some time, but
Just the standing items of medical.
okay. What I heard, and I don't think that we won't determine it tonight, but what I heard was some support to have a special meeting to deal with the, let's say, before and after school program. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Anybody thinking that's a bad idea? I don't see anybody thinking that. Becky, when do you need comfortably, we've talked about now the timing, well, I guess through the superintendent. I mean, we've talked about the timing of getting going on the RFP process. If
Yeah, I would.
The committee votes this down.
So I think that it would be important for us to have a direction, whatever that direction may be, by early January. Again, to do the work we need to do, regardless of the path we take. I think it's really important that we do this sooner than later.
We have a school committee meeting on what, the second Wednesday? Is that, so what is the date of that meeting?
That is January 12th.
Yeah, that's right. So that's actually, yeah, because that's late because of when the first of all. So early January is defined as before the 15th, before the 8th. How are you defining early January?
Do we need to wait until January?
I think the week of December 27th.
Yeah, let's get it done.
I'm not so sure that that's, well, is that what, December 27th is the week between Christmas and New Year, correct?
Yes.
And the reason we need to get it done by that time, if Greg needs it done by either the 7th or the 14th, is what? I'm mostly worried about Greg, the district staff, and involving them in another meeting.
Yeah, that's true.
In the holiday season, I'm not sure
Yeah, I don't
that's
think,
fair.
And if your maximum community participation, if that's the goal,
Yeah,
that's a tough week for people. Whether they're
when does school come back? Is school back on the 3rd?
I think, Roger, Becky, if the school committee took this up on the 12th of January.
You want to go till 11 o'clock again? I guess we're going to beat that a little bit.
Well, the other thing is we have to find another date that works within the other committees.
All right.
Wait.
Roger, you and I can
why?
work on finding a
Well,
date.
it's not so easy to necessarily just pick a date out of the air, assuming that the district has nothing else, on their calendar.
I see.
So that's
that makes sense.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Roger,
I mean,
maybe
I guess I just vote sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
But that could be January. That's fine.
Right, and I think sorry, Greg, to interrupt. We're just setting a parameter that we're open to doing a meeting somewhere between the end of December and January X. It sounds like that. Well.
And I can work with Cheryl and she can look at the master calendar and try to see what dates are available. And then we can send out a doodle poll if that works for the committee.
Yeah, now this, I guess we've heard a lot of questions. Well, we've heard a lot of questions, and now I haven't, the only email that there was some comment about emails back and forth. The only email that I've had today was I did get an email from Catherine, and I did reply to it that acknowledging the email, but that's probably the only emails I've been involved in. So in other words, we've heard a lot of questions. Maybe there's really no more significant questions. Are we concerned about getting any other questions to us? Encouraging people to send in their emails if they have other questions that weren't heard tonight, because there could be some sort of other question, because we can't do this question and answer in audience sharing. We have to have these questions before the meeting, so that there's a chance to actually provide answers at the meeting.
Mm-hmm. And Roger, I would suggest that it's kind of been, there's been, I've read in the various weekly emails. If you have any additional comments, questions, concerns, please share them with me here from Greg.
Absolutely.
So I just think that these next 2 to 3 weeks will allow that the 5 of us that were here this, those that participated this evening, if there was any new triggers, I have a list of questions that I will shoot to the administrative team, and then they'll have an opportunity to answer those things, in that time frame, giving us, the committee, the amount of time we need to consider, reconsider, look through the papers, look through the documents, etc. So I don't think that there's going to be like an onslaught of additional emails or questions. It's just to take the input we've heard tonight, add it into what we already know, and have one final session around it, but potentially final.
I think most of the questions are there, and frankly, I think most of the answers are there too. But there are, admittedly, there are some that aren't. So to be fair, that's true.
Roger, can I just throw out an idea?
You mean you want me to throw it out, or are you gonna
No,
offer it up?
Potentially. Let's see.
Okay.
So, you know how when we did the when the district went back to school after, at some point, one of the back to school, there was like an FAQ, like question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. I think we have like 10 questions that we're continuously getting that I think the answers have already been shared. Can we, I'm talking through Roger, but really it's a Greg thing. I don't know how you feel about sort of like, maybe if we sort of talk to you about the questions that we think are repeating. Yeah. And just kind of get the answer in writing.
Yeah, I think one thing that's important is, we drafted the presentation based on our feasibility report. So I think that needs to be shared with the community.
Yes.
So people can take a close look at that and think about what questions they have. I think then it's collecting what new questions are we going to receive. And I think it's also important to say we might not convince people that to think that this is the right decision, but presenting the information we do have. And then what's most important is giving the committee enough information to make a vote based on good information. I just want to emphasize that we do need to know, and I don't want to rush a pathway, but we need to know a pathway in January so that we can move forward with whatever that pathway is.
Understood and agreed. And as far as some of the questions, some of the questions, I want to be fair about this. Some of the questions are misleading. Now, I don't say that that's intentional, but sometimes the way a question is constructed, it can be a bit misleading. Like this whole issue of how you handle the 70,000 to 250,000, right? That range. Well, if someone hears that that's a $250,000 profit, that's not what someone should hear. But sometimes it's legitimately and
No, and Roger, I think we want to be transparent too. And obviously the finances that we presented were vague tonight. But we have the financial modeling and the backup that that we've done. We spent a lot of time doing it. It's not as if we just kind of put out a number and said, this is what we think we're going to get. We looked at staffing and all the costs and all the data that we think it's going to cost, and that was the result. That's something we can share because it is what it is.
Yeah.
I agree, and I think I think you're very transparent, and I also think that there's the key. One of the keys here is the school committee sets the rates. So, we hopefully will be responsible, as a group, and set them fairly, and not to to be fair with the parents who are putting their children in this program. So it's not not a runaway situation.
So an FAQ, Kim, is a great idea. That's not hard to do. We can put it together and collect the questions, and I think that's a great way to communicate.
Still hand up, Kamali, or Kim up, or both of you?
Yes, I have a quick, or Kamali, do you have some? I can't actually see your hand. My question was, it's not a question, it's a comment. Since we're all still together, I just how we have to keep reminding ourselves that we're not selecting between the district and SCDP. I think Jen's point was I mean, we know it, but we're discussing sort of what we have now versus, the potential. And it's really potential versus potential. So I think we just need to be clear to ourselves, but also to, the community that is that's what's on the table.
And I think the community, I think it is very important for the community to understand that, because this is basically, a proposal that we've looked at, an in-house proposal versus, frankly, an unknown. I'm saying that because an RFP process, the result of that is totally unknown.
Right.
And I think it's important that the community and parents and SEDP understand that.
So an FAQ would work. I'll work with Cheryl on looking for a free date where we can have a special meeting. And I will consult with you, Roger. And I'll also think about how best to get the questions. Probably if the district organizes the question kind of gathering from folks, that's probably the easiest way.
All right, so it sounds like it is at least possible we would be doing this on the 12th.
Possible.
Okay. We'll look it up. We'll look at options, but that's still a possibility.
Between the end of December and the 12th, in that range. 12th is kind of far. So I just want to reiterate within that range.
I think I will comment too, Kamali, that, it was shared, how disingenuous, you have the handbook already done. Well, we're preparing for whatever scenario exists. So that's what we do. We prepare for what if scenarios. If the school committee says, go out with an RFP, we have an RFP ready. If the school committee says, go in this direction, we're doing everything we can to be prepared so that we can make sure we have what we need to do our work well. So it's not that, things are preset, but we're prepared for scenarios. That's the work we do as a central office leadership team in our jobs, is to really think forward and try to be prepared for whatever might exist, be looking forward.
I understand that. That sounds like exactly what a district that has a top 3, top 20, top 15, top 20, 50 school in the state would do. So I understand.
We can also back you up, Greg. No decision has been made.
Well, and also regarding the range, Kamali, all I'm saying about the 12th is I'm not promoting the 12th. but I'm making people aware that it might be the 12th. Because based on the logistics, even though there's 7-8 days ahead of that, or school days, no, not really. It may not work logistically because of the district's other commitments. And as long, to me, as long as the district feels that having a decision by then still gives them enough time for an RFP, then I'm not promoting it, but if it turns out to be that way, that was basically a time frame that the district gave us within which they could operate. So.
And may I just suggest that if it does end up being the 12th, maybe that's one of the meetings that we start a little bit earlier. It just thinking that it's probably going to be a long meeting like this one, potentially.
You mean like 3?
Like 6.
I got to be careful.
30 or 6.
I need to be careful with my jokes, okay? But yeah, all right.
So on top of that joke, I would make a motion that we end tonight's meeting on December 8th at 10:36 p.m.
Ooh, I'll second that.
Yeah, and what I heard was adjourn. So this is not debatable. It's been moved by Kamali and seconded by Kim that we adjourn the meeting. Roll call vote, Jen?
Yes.
Katura?
Yes.
Kim?
Yes.
Who am I looking for? Kamali?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So that's unanimous. The meeting is adjourned at 10:37 p.m.